Chapter 1190. Tai Chi Domain Yi Fei was overjoyed. The reason why people who had been abandoned by the heavens were called martial trash was that almost all of them would experience a heavenly tribulation that was 10 times or even 100 times more powerful than others. Such a heavenly tribulation was enough to kill a martial emperor or even an emperor-to-be. How could a mere martial sage survive it? Even though Yi Fei had gone through 2 heavenly tribulations, he did not have the courage to face his own martial emperor tribulation. Although Elder Lu told me that the chances of experiencing a heavenly tribulation decrease with each ultimacy that I cultivate, even if I successfully cultivate 10 ultimacies, I can only reduce the heavenly tribulation from 100 times to a 10 times heavenly tribulation. A 10 times heavenly tribulation. Thinking of the 2 heavenly tribulations that he had gone through, he knew that if the power of the heavenly tribulation increased by 10 times, he would be risking his life. Returning to martial truth is more comfortable. It can reduce the power of the heavenly tribulation by half. In other words, if I work harder and cultivate 10 ultimacies, I will not have to face a 10 times heavenly tribulation, but a 5 times heavenly tribulation. Yi Fei might not be confident in facing a 10 times heavenly tribulation, but if it was only a 5 times heavenly tribulation, Yi Fei was still energized. Then, he stared at the big green rock with bright eyes. The big green rock was so frightened that it shuddered and quickly moved away. Boy, you can't burn the bridge after crossing it. You only have one chance to listen to the martial god's lecture. Even if you let the little girl eat me, I can't give you any benefits. Yi Fei smiled brightly when he heard this. He touched his chin and said, "So, you are useless to me. You know so many of our secrets. What should I do?" After all, the big green rock had followed Emperor Jinwu. Since he had met it, Yi Fei had to squeeze as much out of it as possible. Faced with such a blatant threat from Yi Fei, the large blue stone was so angry that thick smoke came out of it. It cried out, "I can't live anymore. Young man, don't be impulsive. Let's talk things over. How about this? I'll give you some pointers one more time. I also swear that I won't tell anyone about you. We're even now, right?" All right. He knew that this was the rock's bottom line. Besides, as long as he could force the rock to make a promise, he wouldn't have to worry. The secret between him and Xiao Chao had been discovered by the Sacred Institute. Sigh, the disciples of the Sacred Academy are truly getting more and more vicious with each generation. That disciple from before wanted to capture me, and this time around, he is even more ruthless. He even ate a stone. The gigantic blue stone jabbered on. Yi Fei, on the other hand, was shocked. He suddenly remembered what Qingshi had said. "Big stone, you said you met a second person before me? Could it be that someone else has obtained ancient God Emperor Zhen Wu's inheritance?" The large green rock said disdainfully, "Bah, how can you be considered to have obtained the inheritance like this? Let me tell you, Emperor, true martial emperor, left behind 3 legacies. They're the pure truth scripture, heaven's punishment scripture, and the most powerful true martial scripture. Kid, you were unlucky to have only obtained the most basic pure truth scripture. That kid from before was much luckier. He obtained the heaven's punishment scripture of the martial emperor realm. Unfortunately, that kid was an ingrate. After I passed on the heaven's punishment scripture to him, he actually wanted to capture me and forcibly obtain the most precious true martial scripture. Fortunately, I ran fast enough. From now on, I don't like anyone." The Qingshi cursed and swore. Hearing this, Yi Fei was even more shocked. True martial, 3 chapters, heaven's punishment scripture? Could the first person to obtain the inheritance be the heaven's punishment boundary emperor? However, before he could ask for more details, the Qingshi suddenly changed the topic and said in a very serious tone, "Kid, listen carefully. I will only give you guidance once. Whether you can comprehend it or not will depend on your own luck." Hearing this, Yi Fei was very depressed. Why do these rocks always like to call themselves masters? Fortunately, the Qingshi was only talkative and was much more reliable than the Azura Sacred Palace's stone puppets. In order to send Xiao Chao, the little ancestor, away as soon as possible, The big blue stone came up and said, "Kid, do you know why a martial sage who comprehended the pure martial way was called the most powerful martial sage in ancient times?" Before Yi Fei could reply, the Qingshi had already said in a deep voice, "Because the pure truth martial way can condense all the profound meaning that a martial sage has comprehended and form a domain that only a martial emperor can possess." Domain? The Qingshi's words were no doubt a bolt of lightning that shook Yi Fei's mind. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that he would come into contact with a martial emperor's domain when he was only a martial sage. Dragon Turtle and Chow widened their eyes, as if this was the first time they had seen the Qingshi. It's just a domain. What's there to be surprised about? In fact, profound meaning, domain, and rules are all extensions of the martial way. If one's cultivation realm is high enough and one has a high level of comprehension, one can also master them in advance. For example, when Emperor Gaojin Wu was a martial sage, he had mastered half of a domain. The Qingshi reminisced. However, Emperor Gaojin Wu was not the most powerful. It was said that the real, peerless geniuses could form a complete domain when they were only martial sages. Those people were the most powerful geniuses in ancient times. Only they were qualified to break through to the martial god realm and pursue the mysterious sovereign of heaven and earth. Boom! Yi Fei's heart shook violently. I thought that being able to comprehend profound meaning when I was only a martial sage was amazing. Who would have thought that there were geniuses from ancient times who could comprehend a domain that was stronger than profound meaning when they were only martial sages? Haha, young lad, you must have suffered a blow. I'm not afraid to tell you that such peerless geniuses existed not only in ancient times, but also in Middle Region. It's just that you don't have the right to see them. All right, let's stop at the idle chatter. Your aptitude is trash, but at least you have comprehended 3 ultimacies and completed the pure martial way. Even if you can't control half of the realm, just a trace of it is enough for you to become the most powerful martial sage. You can easily defeat ordinary semi-sovereigns. If you encounter martial emperors who are not strong, you can use your domain to block them. Yi Fei listened to the stone chattering away, refusing to tell him how to form a domain. Yi Fei endured it again and again. After saying so much, at least tell him how to form a domain. Yi Fei roared in his heart. Perhaps the Qingshi had sensed Yi Fei's unfriendly expression, so the Qingshi decided to teach Yi Fei. Open your mind and release all your profound meanings. Then, try to merge them with the heavens and earth. As the Qingshi spoke, a green light formed a ball of air and surged into Yi Fei's body. Sensing that the air had no ill intentions, Yi Fei immediately released the 3 profound meanings that he had comprehended. Sword profound meaning, life and death profound meaning, Tai Chi profound meaning. However, these 3 profound meanings were not merged with martial arts, but completely merged with the heavens and earth. Originally, with Yi Fei's limited knowledge, even if he understood how to transform profound meanings into a domain, he would not be able to do so in a short period of time. However, the Qingshi had the Qingshi beside him. Under the green light released by the Qingshi, Yi Fei only had to think about it, and the heavens and earth around him roared. A strange energy spread out in all directions with Yi Fei as the center. At the same time, a mysterious Tai Chi diagram appeared under Yi Fei's feet. Chapter 1191. Out of the hall, it had worked so hard to help Yi Fei form a realm, but Yi Fei didn't even know what a realm was. The large green stone was so angry that black smoke came out of it. Are the disciples of the Sacred Institute so ignorant? You walk the path of the sword. Your martial arts is the sword hilt. Your ultimacy is the sword body. And your realm is the strongest sword blade. Now, do you understand? Yi Fei was enlightened. So, my sword in the past could only be considered a sword for cultivation. It didn't have a sharp edge. Only by obtaining a realm and sharpening my sword can my sword be considered a real killing sword. The large green stone's tone turned gratified. You're not too stupid, but remember Having a realm is only the beginning of the path of martial arts. However, with this realm, you don't have to be afraid of those ordinary martial emperors in the future. A sword without a blade can't kill people. I understand. Thank you for your guidance. Yi Fei was very happy. Now, he was most afraid of those heaven-stage half-emperors from the Sacred Institute. Now that he had a realm, he was confident that he could defeat a half-emperor. The realm is indeed powerful. In the future, if I encounter a martial emperor, even if I can't defeat him, I can still remain undefeated. Yi Fei closed his eyes and began to experience the wonders of the realm. The big blue stone hurriedly poured cold water on him. Kid, don't get carried away. Although domains are superior to ultimacies, if the enemy martial emperor has mastered enough ultimacies, he can still break your domain and take your life. What you need to do now is to integrate more ultimacies. The more ultimacies you integrate, the stronger your realm will be. In the past, Divine Emperor Zhen Wu integrated 20 ultimacies at the martial sage realm and formed his own unique Zhen Wu realm. As for how many ultimacies you can integrate, it will depend on your luck. Okay, I'm tired. I'll leave first. I'm old and can't stand the torment. The large green stone flew up again. He rushed into the bamboo forest in the distance. Senior, thank you. Yi Fei thanked him sincerely. Looking at the dim luster of the large blue stone, he knew that in order to help him quickly form his domain, the large blue stone had paid a great price. There's no need to thank me. No matter what, you're still a disciple of the Saint Academy. As long as you don't tell anyone about me and turn me into a training stone for those old fogies. Sigh, if it weren't for the fact that I can't afford to offend that little ancestor beside you, I wouldn't have to sacrifice so much. Of course, Big Bluestone only dared to say this in his heart. Big Bluestone was afraid. Yi Fei had unknowingly stayed in the true martial sacred hall for more than 9 years after his encounter with the large green rock. It looked like he would be leaving the divine hall in a few months. Taking advantage of the time, Yi Fei started to familiarize himself with his Taiji domain. Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle also found it hard to rest. After 10 years of cultivation, the dragon turtle had also reached the peak of the 10th tier of the Reaching Heaven realm. However, compared to the Reaching Heaven realm, Yi Fei was confident that as an ancient 6th-level martial saint, he could beat the dragon turtle with one hand. The only thing that Yi Fei couldn't figure out was that after 10 years, Xiao Qiao was still so small, showing no signs of growing up. Xiao Qiao, why can't you grow up? Sitting beside the dragon turtle, Xiao Qiao was still playing games with the dragon turtle. He lowered his head and looked at his small body with confusion in his eyes. However, Yi Fei and Xiao Qiao didn't have time to think about this problem. Boom! A huge sound resounded. The gate of the true martial sacred hall opened again. Yi Fei knew that his 10 years of cultivation in the divine hall had ended. Of course, although it was 10 years, it was actually only 1 year in the outside world. In a year, Yi Fei didn't change much. It was just that his eyes had become brighter, as if there were dazzling stars in them. After 10 years of seclusion, Shanghai Luo's progress was also very terrifying. She was already at the 10th level of the martial saint realm. Not only her, but all the Earth Realm disciples who had entered the Divine Hall were also at the 10th level of the martial saint realm after they came out. Of course, the one who had improved the most was Zhou Bai, the former number 1 in the Earth Realm. When he came out of the Divine Hall, he actually made the sky shake slightly, moving the heavens and the earth with a raise of your hand. Senior Brother Zhou, have you broken through to the half-step martial saint realm? Senior Brother Zhou is a genius. He is indeed the number 1 in the Earth Realm. Some flatterers immediately went over to flatter him even more. Zhou Bai smiled like a chrysanthemum flower. He waved his hand arrogantly and said, "The number 1 in the Earth Realm is too low. My goal now is to become the Emperor." Zhou Bai's words shocked the surrounding disciples again. Senior Brother Zhou will become the 11th Heaven Realm disciple of the Sacred Academy? That's nothing. I heard from Senior Brother Zhou that once he breaks through to the half-step martial saint realm, a martial saint will personally come to take him to the martial imperial hall. A disciple in the know said loudly. Now, even Ling Hong and the other disciples who were not involved in this matter did not dare to delay. They all ran over to congratulate Zhou Bai. One must know that once he entered the martial imperial hall, it meant that a martial saint valued Zhou Bai and wanted to take him in as a disciple. Yi Fei heard this and nodded inwardly. This Zhou Bai's temperament is a little weak, but he is very talented. He is also a bloodline martial saint. It is only natural that he is valued by a martial saint. I just hope that I won't be valued by a martial saint. He had a headache and did not notice that Shanghai Luo beside him was surprisingly silent. She was also not eating the spiritual melon. She was just staring at him in shock. Rumble. Just as everyone left the divine hall, the void suddenly shook. At the same time, a majestic palace vaguely appeared from the void, emitting a vast and majestic aura. It's the Martial Imperial Hall. Greetings, Vice Dean Liu. In the sacred court, a martial saint was the vice dean, while a quasi-emperor was the dean. What gave Yi Fei a headache was that the one who came to receive them this time was Elder Liu, who thought highly of him. Yi Fei felt an even greater headache. He was afraid that this old man would take the opportunity to take him in as a disciple. At this moment, Yi Fei did not know that Elder Liu had already lost interest in taking him in as a disciple after knowing that he had walked on the path of despair. However, when Elder Liu walked out of the Martial Imperial Hall, he still looked at Yi Fei out of habit. However, when he saw Yi Fei's cultivation, Elder Liu frowned. 6th level of the Martial Saint Realm? Yi Fei, what's wrong with you? A year in the Divine Hall is equivalent to 10 years in the outside world. You actually did not break through at all? Only now did Yi Fei realize the problem. Although he had returned to the true realm and cultivated as an ancient martial saint again, he was still at the 6th level of the martial saint realm. It gave people the illusion that he had not broken through at all. This was not something that could be easily explained. What? This Yi Fei is still at the 6th level of the martial saint realm after cultivating for 10 years? Are you kidding me? Ling Hong and the others were in an uproar. Even they had broken through to the 10th level of the martial saint realm within 10 years. Zhou Bai had even achieved the half-martial dominator realm. As the person who had defeated Zhou Bai, how could Yi Fei not improve at all? Chapter 1192. A villain gets his way. Zhou Bai was very arrogant and proud. Before entering the true martial sacred hall, he had been worried that Yi Fei would make rapid progress in the sacred hall and gain the attention of the Sacred Academy again. What if Yi Fei surpassed him? Now, he could be completely relieved. After 10 years of hard work, all of us have reached the 10th level of the Martial Saint realm or the half-step Martial Emperor realm. You're the only one who hasn't made any progress. You're a disgrace to us. The other disciples took the opportunity to add insult to injury. Yi Fei had been in the limelight a year ago. He had defeated all the disciples of the human realm, fought Xiao Mingshan, and defeated senior brother Zhou Bai by luck in the ranking battle. They didn't like Yi Fei because of jealousy. They couldn't accept the fact that they, the bloodline geniuses, were suppressed by a heaven-abandoned cripple physique. Watch your words and observe your actions. Yi Fei actually understood why these Earth-class disciples were targeting him. If it were a year ago, he might have felt uncomfortable in his heart. But now, with the domain in my hands, why would I care about you guys? Yi Fei's heart was wild for once. But on the surface, he was still calm and collected, unmoved by thunder and lightning, unmoved by honor and disgrace. Zhou Bai, you're right. From now on, we're in 2 different worlds. So, I hope you won't bother me again. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. After giving a kind warning, Yi Fei turned and left. Just like the ranking battle a year ago, he ignored Zhou Bai again. How could Zhou Bai, who had regarded himself as the future emperor, the #1 disciple of the Earth realm, the half-step martial emperor, and the future martial emperor, not be angry? Fine. Yi Fei, you got guts. I'm busy with the apprenticeship now, so I won't argue with you. When I'm done with the apprenticeship and have the support of a martial emperor, we'll settle our old and new debts together. Zhou Bai's face was fierce. He stared coldly at Yi Fei, who had left in advance. but he didn't say it out loud. However, Yi Fei's behavior of not giving senior brother Zhou face, coupled with Zhou Bai's livid expression, was not something that any of the Earth-class disciples present could see. In fact, Yi Fei had already offended Zhou Bai. What exactly is Yi Fei relying on? He clearly knows that Zhou Bai is about to leap over the Dragon Gate and soar into the sky, yet he still dares to ignore Zhou Bai like this? I don't think he's ignoring you. Instead, he knows that he was too arrogant in the past and has offended too many people. He no longer dares to hope for senior brother Zhou's forgiveness, so he plans to give up on himself. After 10 years in the Divine Hall, Yi Fei must be filled with regret. Of course, Wang Hao, who was ranked 7th in the Earth rank, was the one who could do such a thing. At the same time, he was Zhou Bai's most capable follower. However, Wang Hao's words did make some sense. If Yi Fei had not given up on himself, how could he have cultivated in the temple for 10 years without breaking through a single tear? Not to mention Wang Hao. Even Elder Lu couldn't help but sigh when he saw Yi Fei leave by himself again. Sigh, what a pity for this child. If he hadn't taken the wrong path, even if he had been abandoned by the heavens, this old man would still have promoted him. I hope he can overcome this hurdle. In the end, he couldn't disobey the dean's order. In the end, after encouraging the others, Elder Lu took Zhou Bai and entered the Martial Imperial Hall alone. If nothing unexpected happened, when Zhou Bai walked out of the Martial Imperial Hall, his reputation would surpass everyone in the Sacred Institute, except those in the Heaven rank. Everyone was well aware of this. Apart from looking at Yi Fei with pity, who was about to suffer Zhou Bai's ruthless revenge, no one spoke to Yi Fei, just like a year ago. Many people even pretended that Yi Fei didn't exist. Indeed, the world is fickle. The Sacred Institute is a small society. Sometimes, fierce competition can reveal a person's true nature more clearly. On the way back to Spiritual Mountain, Yi Fei sighed with emotion. Then, he noticed that Shanglua, who had left with him, seemed to be acting very strangely. Shanglua, why aren't you saying anything? Yi Fei looked at her strangely. I'm not saying anything because I'm afraid you'll deceive me. Shanglua's eyes were bright, and there seemed to be little stars in her eyes. She suddenly moved very close to Yi Fei, making him feel a little awkward. It had been 10 years. Everyone was very mature, but Shanglua didn't care. She continued to move closer, and her lips were almost touching Yi Fei's ear. She seemed to be seductive, but the words she said scared Yi Fei half to death. Tell me honestly, did you obtain the martial Tao of the Sacred Institute in the Divine Palace? Otherwise, I can't figure out how you suddenly have a domain. Even Elder Lu couldn't tell that he had a domain, but Shanglua saw through it at a glance. Yi Fei was shocked and depressed at the same time. This girl, what kind of eye technique does she practice? Why could she always see through my secrets at a glance? Fortunately, Yi Fei didn't intend to hide this matter. Shanglua was also a trustworthy friend. Yi Fei nodded and said, Yes, I had a fortuitous encounter in the Divine Palace. The martial Tao of the Sacred Institute has reached the martial Tao of the Sacred Institute, and I comprehended a domain. As for what kind of fortuitous encounter it is, I can't tell you. He didn't dare to tell the big blue stone. Otherwise, the big blue stone might betray him and Xiao Chao. So he asked Shanglua, how do you know about the martial Tao of the Sacred Institute? Of course, I heard it from my family. It said that there are many ways to cultivate the true martial path, but the true martial sacred courtyard's true martial path is the one that saves the most time and effort. Do you think I joined the true martial sacred courtyard just to join in the fun? Shang Luo rolled his eyes at Yi Fei and then looked at Yi Fei expectantly. Yi Fei shuddered at the sight of her affectionate gaze. He understood that this young mistress must have set her sights on the martial Tao. However, the big green stone didn't say that I couldn't teach it to others. Yi Fei was not a stingy person. Since he understood the benefits of pure martial arts, he naturally thought of Xia Jun and the others. As for the little profiteer beside him, he would just treat it as a bonus. As the two of them spoke, they stepped onto the rainbow bridge and returned to the mountain where they cultivated. On the mountain peak, Xia Jun had already run over shouting. Without saying a word, he hugged Shangluo, who was beside Yi Fei, and shouted excitedly, "Big brother, I missed you so much. But you're not hugging me." Yi Fei's face darkened as he watched Shangluo send out a void hand and suppress Xia Jun on the spot. Lin Tianjiao and the little fatty both looked at him with disdain before they came over to chat with Yi Fei. Guowang quietly pulled Yi Fei aside. "Young Master Yi, when you entered the temple, the Sacred Institute had already discovered that Qiu Mingshan had gone missing. What did the Sacred Institute say? Did they suspect us?" Yi Fei said in a low voice. Although he wasn't the one who killed Qiu Mingshan had become his corpse puppet after all. This was also against the Sacred Institute's rules. Not to mention that it involved the Hall of Life and Death and the School of Legalism. "Young Master Yi, don't worry. The Sacred Institute didn't suspect us. However, Cui Yongxian used a heavenly decree to summon me to his palace, but I refused." Guowang quickly explained the situation of the Sacred Institute's absence. The Sacred Institute attached great importance to Qiu Mingshan's disappearance, but the most important thing was Cui Yongxian, a heavenly disciple. After all, it was Cui Yongxuan's poison pill that killed Qiu Mingshan. Chapter 1193. Blocking the door, Yi Fei pondered for a while and felt that he didn't need to worry too much about it. With Fae High covering for him, the Sacred Institute wouldn't suspect him. Besides, he had already comprehended the field that only the Holy Sons could comprehend. In the Sacred Institute, he could do whatever he wanted with the Heaven Realm disciples. Don't worry about Cui Yongxian. He killed Qiu Mingshan. Now that we don't know whether Qiu Mingshan is dead or alive, he will be more afraid of being found out by the Sacred Institute than us. After comforting Guowang, Yi Fei remembered that Guowang swore loyalty to him in the land of buried gods. Although he didn't make any contributions, he was still diligent and cautious. Therefore, he decided to reward Guowang. "I got the pure martial arts by chance in the Divine Palace. I will teach you in person later, but you must swear that you won't spread it, not even to your family." Yi Fei was quite principled in keeping it a secret. After all, the Pure Martial Arts Manual was the unique skill of the Sacred Institute of True Martial Arts, and there was a quasi-emperor of Tian Fa who coveted the Pure Martial Arts Manual and the Pure Martial Arts Manual. Therefore, Yi Fei decided that the Pure Martial Arts Manual could be taught, but only to a few absolutely reliable people, and they must be disciples of the Sacred Institute. Therefore, after sending away the agitated master of Gua, Yi Fei had no choice but to activate the formation and completely seal the mountain to prevent any words from leaking out. Then he simply called out the dragon turtle to block the cave abode and prevent anyone from peeping in with their divine thoughts. Once peeping in, the first thing they would encounter would definitely be the dragon turtle. At this time, Guowang also brought Xia Jun, Lin Tianjiao, Fatty, and Shangluo into his cave. Yi Fei looked very serious. "What I'm going to teach you is the secret of the Sacred Institute. You must not leak it out, or you will be in trouble. Brother, I love you so much. It is said that the Pure Martial Arts Manual is the secret of the Sacred Institute. Only the holy sons of each generation can cultivate it. If I were a woman, I would marry you." Xia Jun was so excited that he almost shouted. "If I were a woman, I would definitely kick you to death." Yi Fei's face darkened at Xia Jun's strange flattery. Lin Tianjiao and Shang Luo were also very excited. They urged Yi Fei to continue. Finally, Yi Fei began to tell them about the pure nature scripture. Then, something that shocked Yi Fei, Shang Luo, Xia Jun, and Lin Tianjiao happened. After listening to Yi Fei's explanation of returning to truth, the little fatty said that the big fatty in his body had already started cultivating returning to truth when he was in the land of buried gods. Only then did Yi Fei come to a realization. "So in the land of the buried gods, little fatty, your realm kept falling because you were returning to the origin of martial arts. Why didn't you tell us earlier?" Little fatty was very embarrassed. "I don't know either. That's martial Tao returning to truth. It's something that big fatty in my body cultivated on his own." "Poof, little fatty, don't mention that big fatty in front of us in the future. It's too hurtful. Xia Jun almost vomited blood on the spot. Lin Tianjiao and Guo Wang also deeply agreed. They were envious of little fatty's good fortune. Shanglua was even more speechless. He directly sent little fatty to the side to play with his turtle. This time, it was the dragon turtle's turn to be completely speechless. While Yi Fei was teaching everyone how to cultivate returning to truth, in the main hall, where only Heaven's Stage disciples could stay, Cui Yongxian was roaring angrily at one of his subordinates. "What did you say?" "That Yi Fei sealed the mountain the moment he came out of the shrine. That damned heaven-abandoned, useless body. He's hiding from me and not giving me a chance to harm him." Although Heaven's Stage disciples had a lot of power and could issue decrees, it was just a symbol of status. Even if Cui Yongxian was a Heaven Stage disciple, he didn't dare to plot against Yi Fei when Yi Fei sealed the mountain the moment he returned to his cave residence. Because it was easy to be disturbed during closed-door cultivation. This was a taboo of the Holy Institute. Even Heaven Stage disciples couldn't run over to Yi Fei to settle accounts with Yi Fei when Yi Fei was in closed-door cultivation. "Yi Fei, at least you have some brains. You know that you can't mess with me, so you want to hide from me by going into closed-door cultivation. Don't think that I don't know that you're behind Qiu Mingshan's disappearance. You must find evidence. Then I'll let this heaven-abandoned, useless body die a horrible death. Do you understand?" Cui Yongshuan's face revealed a ruthless expression as he ordered an Earth Stage disciple kneeling in front of him. Originally, the best way for Cui Yongxian to investigate Qiu Mingshan's whereabouts was to ask Fa Yihai directly. However, after Fa Yihai sneaked in, he suddenly left inexplicably. Cui Yongxian, who had a guilty conscience, didn't dare to go out in public and contact Fa Yihai to kill Yi Fei. He could only rope in an ordinary Earth Stage disciple to continue working for him as a chess piece. This was also why Cui Yongxian was the most oppressed. What the hell is that Fa Yihai doing? How dare he not do his job? Well, I have the chance. I must report him. Not long after, in the Martial Imperial Palace, the core of the Holy Institute, Zhou Bai walked out in high spirits. Then he teleported through the void and directly appeared on the mountain peak where he lived. The mountain peak was already packed with people. After knowing that Zhou Bai had become a martial emperor's disciple, other than Yi Fei and Shanglua, the rest of the Earth Stage disciples came to congratulate Zhou Bai, regardless of whether they were willing or not. They all brought generous gifts to congratulate Zhou Bai. They kept calling him Senior Brother Zhou, which made Zhou Bai smile like two chrysanthemums. Zhou Bai was very happy. He casually glanced at the crowd, but he didn't see his Aunt Zhou Xiaoyu. He was in a bad mood again. Hide as much as you want. When I become the emperor and pass the martial emperor tribulation, I will make you my woman even if you are my aunt. As he thought about it, Zhou Bai's face became slightly ferocious. He suddenly asked, "Why are there two people missing?" "Forget about Shanglua. I don't care about a woman so much. The main reason was that Shanglua's background was too strong. In the entire merchant union, not to mention a martial emperor, even a martial emperor might not be able to provoke him. However, Yi Fei was different. He was a piece of trash abandoned by the heavens. He was destined to be trampled on by Zhou Bai in the future. Yet, he didn't show him any respect and didn't come to apologize with gifts. This was a slap to Zhou Bai's face. How could Zhou Bai, who was in high spirits and looking down on everyone else, tolerate this? The anger in his heart was immediately ignited. Zhou Bai said angrily, "What a piece of trash abandoned by the heavens. I didn't want to lower myself to your level, because Elder Lu and my master spoke up for you. However, you didn't come to apologize and even look down on me. I won't let you go. That's right, Senior Brother Zhou. Teach that piece of trash abandoned by the heavens a lesson. Let him know the power of bloodline warriors." Zhou Bai's words quickly resonated with the Earth-rank disciples. There were also some kind-hearted people, such as Ling Hong and the others, who silently felt sorry for Yi Fei. Clearly, Yi Fei had bowed his head and apologized. At most, he would have been humiliated by Zhou Bai and the problem would have been solved. However, that piece of trash abandoned by the heavens was incomparably stubborn. He didn't even come to greet Zhou Bai when he saw that senior brother Zhou was like the sun at high noon. He was asking for trouble. In his rage, Zhou Bai quickly thought of a good way to humiliate Yi Fei and trample Yi Fei under his feet. Isn't Yi Fei arrogant? Didn't he say that he wanted to flatten the Holy Institute? Fine, I'll give him this chance. Let's go and block his door. Yes, let's block Yi Fei's door. We don't believe that a piece of trash abandoned by the heavens can defeat both the human rank and the earth rank. Chapter 1194. Unable to withstand a single blow, everyone kicks a man who is down. The competition in the Sacred Institute was fierce to begin with, and now it was on full display. Zhou Bai had only taken the lead, but all the Earth Stage disciples responded. Many of them had forgotten the rule that outsiders were not allowed to disturb the disciples when they were in closed-door cultivation. Under Zhou Bai's instruction, they directly prepared to attack the defensive formation of the mountain. Senior brother Zhou, isn't this inappropriate? What if Yi Fei is in closed-door cultivation? We'll be violating the rules if we do this. Ling Hong was relatively clear-headed and cautiously reminded Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai looked proud and disdainful. Closed-door cultivation? A piece of trash who hasn't even broken through one level after entering the Divine Hall for a year. You have a nerve to say that he's in closed-door cultivation? The attendant next to him understood and immediately shouted, Senior brother Zhou, he's obviously using closed-door cultivation as an excuse to avoid you and not apologize to you. Yes, isn't Yi Fei very arrogant? Didn't he say that he would flatten the Sacred Institute? Senior brother Zhou has given him this opportunity and brought us here. Why is he so scared that he doesn't dare to come down mountain? Coward! Yi Fei, get out here and cow to senior brother Zhou. Then take back your words about flattening the Sacred Institute. They didn't dare to violate the rules of the Sacred Institute, but shouting at the top of the mountain wouldn't violate the rules. Moreover, under Zhou Bai's instruction, these Earth Stage disciples who shouted used their vital essence. They purposely gathered the vital essence sound waves together to form a huge sound storm. With a loud boom, it crashed into the defensive formation of the mountain. The entire mountain peak started to shake slightly due to this sound. A cold glint flashed across Zhou Bai's eyes. In the cave residence, Yi Fei was still teaching Xia Jun and the others martial arts. The sudden tremor made him frown. What's going on? Are we allowed to attack other people's mountains in the Sacred Institute? That's impossible. You can challenge them, but the Sacred Institute will never allow you to attack them. That will cause heavy casualties to the disciples. Guo Wang hurriedly said. Lin Tianjiao and Little Fatty were also puzzled. Xia Jun was quick-witted and suddenly thought of a sinister move. As long as there are rules, there will be loopholes. If the other party didn't attack us but used sound to harass us, it wouldn't be considered a violation of the rules. No matter what the reason is, since you dared to attack my mountain, I'll make sure you won't be able to return. Yi Fei was truly enraged this time. If he had been in seclusion just now, such an abnormal movement would not have caused him to suffer chi deviation, but it would have greatly affected his cultivation. In the world of martial arts, the greatest taboo was to disturb others while they were cultivating. Yi Fei simply stood up and quickly walked out of the cave. Shanluo also excitedly took out a spiritual melon. Do you need our help? To be able to release such a loud sound wave, there must be a lot of people outside. There's no need for that. You guys can just watch the show. Yi Fei was brimming with confidence and an invincible belief. He opened the defensive array formation and walked down the mountain. Yi Fei, you're finally willing to roll down the mountain. Zhou Bai's sidekick scolded loudly. Yi Fei ignored these people and saw that it was indeed Zhou Bai who was causing trouble. His gaze immediately turned cold. Zhou Bai, don't you understand what I said? I told you not to provoke me. So what if I provoke you? You're just a cripple who was abandoned by the Sacred Academy. What right do you have to receive the title of Invincible Prime? I'll give you 3 breaths to pack your things and roll down the mountain. From now on, this mountain belongs to me, Zhou Bai. Boom! Zhou Bai's face turned cold. He was a bloodline warrior, but he was actually defeated by a cripple who was abandoned by the heavens in a ranking battle. Now, he was going to completely trample Yi Fei under his feet in front of everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, he unceremoniously released his half-emperor aura. An invisible pressure shook some of the weaker Earth Stage disciples, causing them to turn pale and retreat hurriedly. Yi Fei didn't seem to feel this pressure at all. He gently raised his hand and actually grasped the air in his hand. Suddenly, he slapped toward Zhou Bai. "You want to suppress me with your aura? It's a pity that you don't have that ability yet. What is this kid doing?" He clearly knows that Zhou Bai has broken through to the half-emperor realm. How dare he make the first move? Zhou Xiaoyu rushed over from afar. She had heard that Zhou Bai was going to make trouble for Yi Fei and wanted to stop him. However, before she could say anything, Yi Fei had actually made the first move? Yi Fei is really daring. He dares to fight against a half-emperor at the 6th level of the martial saint realm. A cripple with the heavens abandoned by the heavens dares to go against us bloodline warriors. Senior apprentice brother Zhou will definitely make him die miserably. The surrounding Earth Stage disciples all shook their heads and secretly cursed Yi Fei for being so stupid. He didn't even know how to endure the humiliation and take a step back. Zhou Bai was thoroughly enraged. "Yi Fei, since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish." Divine Seal Mountain. With a furious roar, Zhou Bai rushed towards the sky. A huge bloodline seal had already appeared beneath his feet. Then, the seal rapidly enlarged. In the blink of an eye, it had become a divine seal that could suppress the heavens and the earth. On top of the divine seal, there were pavilions and terraces. Zhou Bai stood proudly on top of it. Clearly, after breaking through to the half-emperor realm, Zhou Bai's bloodline seal had become even more terrifying. Like a noble deity, Zhou Bai controlled the divine seal and slapped it towards Yi Fei mercilessly. With a loud bang, the defensive formation of the mountain was shattered into pieces under the might of the divine seal. It seemed that the huge divine mountain was about to crush Yi Fei completely. At this moment, Yi Fei finally moved. He raised his hand. In his palm, the spirit-devouring sword erupted with dazzling purple-golden radiance. With a flash of sword light, the Taiji sword diagram had already filled the entire sky. Break! Boom! Sword chi whistled as the Taiji sword diagram covered the sky. It was even larger and more resplendent than Zhou Bai's divine mountain. From afar, Yi Fei no longer slashed out with sword light, but a dazzling Taiji star. Don't even think about it. On the divine mountain, Zhou Bai was enraged. His boundless divine consciousness turned into a layer of divine consciousness armor that protected him from Yi Fei's invisible telekinesis attack. Clearly, Zhou Bai had received detailed instructions before entering the martial imperial palace and had found a way to counter Yi Fei's telekinesis. However, Zhou Bai was wrong about one thing. That was, Yi Fei's sword did not use telekinesis, but a domain. Taiji domain. Bam! In front of the domain, Zhou Bai's huge divine mountain seemed to be made of tofu. With a rumble, it shattered into pieces. It exploded into streams of light that filled the sky. Zhou Bai was severely injured. His entire chest was almost pierced through by Yi Fei's Taiji sword diagram. This can't be real. It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. Zhou Bai vomited blood madly. His head was about to explode. He lowered his head and looked at the life-saving jade pendant on his body. This jade pendant was given to him by his martial monarch master to protect his life. It was said that it could block any attack below the martial monarch realm. Chapter 1195. Earth Stage Sweet Boom. The shattering of the divine mountain was still unable to completely stop the light of the Taiji star. It continued forward, shattering everything in its path. If not for Yi Fei withdrawing most of his strength in time, his sword might have pierced through the war god's space. The whole place was silent. Only Zhou Bai's frenzied roars could be heard. However, he was similarly unable to block Yi Fei's sword. His bloodline seal had been shattered, and he had sustained serious injuries. Only the shattered, life-saving jade pendant on his body continued to emit a faint light, barely saving Zhou Bai's life. Ling Hong discovered this fact with a single glance. Her face was filled with shock. He's actually so powerful. If it wasn't for the life-saving jade pendant that the martial emperor bestowed upon Zhou Bai, would that sword strike have been enough to kill Zhou Bai? What? Kill senior brother Zhou? Ling Hong's words caused the hearts of the Earth-rank disciples present to tremble violently. They were all geniuses among geniuses, and they were also the strongest bloodline warriors of this era. They could not believe it, nor could they accept it. An ordinary martial artist could actually be so strong, especially when this ordinary martial artist had the heaven-abandoned trash body. The power of despair. Is this the power of despair? Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes were wide open. Even though she was a half-emperor stage instructor, she couldn't summon the slightest bit of courage to block that sword strike. Ha! As expected of Big Brother. Big Brother, flatten the sacred institute and show these self-righteous geniuses who are the real geniuses. Xia Jun danced with joy. The others were also overwhelmed with emotions as they watched. They wished that they were the one who had done it. Yi Fei's strength had given them the confidence to become stronger. If a person abandoned by the heavens can be so strong, why can't we? Many people secretly clenched their fists and then looked at Yi Fei with admiration. He had defeated Zhou Bai with one strike. This was enough to cause a sensation in the Sacred Academy. I'm not a genius. Yi Fei shook his head and sighed. The Green Rock had once revealed that a true genius could master a complete realm when he was a martial sage. A slightly weaker genius like Emperor Gajin Wu could also master a half-step realm when he was a martial sage. He could only grasp a sliver of it. This was the difference between them. Roar! Zhou Bai's eyes were red, and he looked like an enraged beast. He roared angrily, his hair disheveled, and he pretended to be crazy. His face was distorted, and his heart was filled with mad jealousy toward Yi Fei, as well as a desperate desire to kill. Yi Fei, you're not a genius. You'll never be a genius. You're trash. You're a complete piece of trash. All of you go and kill him. Zhou Bai was furious. He was the martial emperor's disciple. He had come here to trample Yi Fei, not be trampled by Yi Fei. In the end, in front of everyone's eyes, he actually lost even more miserably than in the ranking battle, and suffered an even more crushing defeat. Zhou Bai was so angry that he coughed up blood. Kill him. All Earth-rank disciples, follow me. I don't believe that we can't defeat him with so many of us. Ling Hong was shocked. Zhou Bai, are you crazy? Everyone, besieging Yi Fei is against the rules of the Holy Academy. So what if it's against the rules? I'm a martial emperor's disciple. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Do you think that the Holy Academy will destroy a bloodline genius with a bright future just because of a trash? Do you want all of us Earth-rank bloodline warriors to be trampled under the feet of a trash? Zhou Bai encouraged them with all his might. His words immediately resonated with many Earth-rank disciples. They had ignored Yi Fei and were unhappy with Yi Fei because they looked down on Yi Fei's status as a person who had been abandoned by the heavens. They were also unwilling to accept the fact that a bloodline warrior was inferior to an ordinary warrior. When they heard Zhou Bai's words and thought about how the Holy Academy had openly sided with Zhou Bai during the ranking battle, more than 10 Earth-rank disciples quickly stepped forward and stood together with Zhou Bai, preparing to besiege Yi Fei. Despicable. Yi Fei, let us help you. When they saw Yi Fei being besieged, Xia Jun and the rest were furious and were about to rush down the mountain to help. Shang Luo suddenly waved his hand and took everyone into the void when they were not paying attention. Don't do anything. This is Yi Fei's battle. Let's just watch the show. That's right, this is my battle. If I can't even deal with this bunch of weaklings, how can I face those peerless geniuses in the future? Yi Fei remembered that the large green rock had once said that martial sages who had mastered a complete realm did not just exist in ancient times. There were also geniuses in the current middle state. Just as well. Before I meet those peerless geniuses, I'll use all of you to train my martial skills. All of you, come at me together." Yi Fei stepped forward and kept the devouring soul sword. Suddenly, he held the void in his hand, and a huge palm covered the void. At the same time, it pressed down on the 98 Earth-ranked disciples who were present. Yi Fei is really crazy. He wants to defeat all the Earth-rank disciples alone. Zhou Xiaoyu was so shocked that she forgot to stop him. However, it was useless for her to stop him. Yi Fei's actions had angered all the Earth-ranked disciples, including Ling Hong, who was ranked 3rd. She was so angry that her face turned red. "Crazy person. Today we must defeat Yi Fei. That's right. Let's gather all our strength and teach this heaven-abandoned trash a lesson. Give him a good beating. How dare he look down on all of us? This guy is too arrogant. Take this. Thunder Wind Palm. Rumble." The combined strength of the 98 Earth-ranked disciples was terrifying. They moved forward together and surrounded Yi Fei. Various martial arts lights shattered the void and caused the earth to shake violently. It was as if the heavens and earth were about to be destroyed and everything would cease to exist. However, Yi Fei didn't even blink. He directly located Zhou Bai's position and strode forward. At the same time, he quickly struck out and met Wang Hao's palm with his palm. When their palms collided, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. "Ah, my hand!" Wang Hao screamed. The bones in his palm had been shattered by Yi Fei. The intense pain almost caused him to faint. At the same time, Ling Hong joined forces with the top 4, top 5, and top 6 experts to attack Yi Fei from all sides. Yi Fei laughed loudly. The life and death fist suddenly separated, turning into the fist of death and the fist of life. The 2 consecutive punches sent the 3 people who were close to him flying. Then Yi Fei took another step forward and grabbed with his bare hands. Ignoring Ling Hong's fierce resistance, he directly grabbed the woman and threw her out like a sandbag, smashing a large number of Earth-ranked disciples. "How dare you treat Fairy Ling Hong like this? Yi Fei will fight it out with you." A few Earth-ranked disciples who secretly liked Ling Hong were furious when they saw their goddess being used as a sandbag by Yi Fei. They all pounced on Yi Fei without any regard for their lives. However, before they could get close, Yi Fei suddenly activated his war demon golden body. Like a violent war demon, he grabbed them with his bare hands and threw them out like sandbags. More than 10 Earth-ranked disciples who were close to him were smashed to the ground. However, just as Yi Fei swept through the group of Earth-stage disciples, Zhou Bai, who had retreated, finally used the elixir to suppress his injuries. His aura became even more terrifying than before. The blood in his body roared like a raging wave. Then, he condensed a terrifying divine seal that was full of destructive aura. Chapter 1196. I'm invincible, Zhou Bai. It seems like you still have a few more years to dream about defeating me. A look of disgust flashed across Yi Fei's eyes. Zhou Bai could challenge him and look down on him, but it was too much for him to incite all the Earth-ranked disciples to go against him. Yi Fei couldn't care less if he killed Zhou Bai now. A terrifying storm of death suddenly appeared on his body and blew away all the Earth-rank disciples near him. Then Yi Fei charged into the sky. Kill! Zhou Bai's murderous intent was boundless in the sky. His face was distorted and his aura was still rising. Just as Yi Fei charged toward him, a dragon's roar came from Zhou Bai's body, followed by a tiger's roar, a phoenix's cry, and a tortoise's roar. The huge deity seal had not only turned into a sacred mountain, but there were also the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. The 4 divine beasts surrounded the sacred mountain. Many Earth-ranked disciples couldn't help but cry out in fear. Yi Fei had to admit that Zhou Bai was narrow-minded, but he was indeed a genius in martial arts. He actually thought of combining martial arts with the bloodline seal to form an even more terrifying sacred mountain to suppress him. Rumble. The sacred mountain, with the power of the 4 divine beasts, became even more dazzling and terrifying. Before the sacred mountain could land, The space around Yi Fei had completely collapsed. The Earth-rank disciples who were still nearby couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure of the sacred mountain. They spat out blood and retreated with shock and fear in their eyes. Oh no, Zhou Bai really wants to kill him. He's the martial emperor's disciple. If he kills Yi Fei, the martial emperor will protect him. We can't get involved anymore. Yi Fei is dead for sure. Senior brother Zhou was only defeated because he was careless. This time, senior brother Zhou used his full strength. In order to defeat Yi Fei, Zhou Bai had even swallowed a pill that could temporarily increase his strength. Ling Hong had seen it with her own eyes. However, Yi Fei had actually thrown him out like a punching bag. Ling Hong looked at Yi Fei as if she could spit fire. Then, she realized that Yi Fei had attacked again. Yi Fei did not retreat, even half a step. He continued to advance, step by step, towards the sky. At this time, the sky had already collapsed, and only the 4 phases sacred mountain was descending, mercilessly suppressing him. He did not even blink. He knew that this was probably Zhou Bai's full-powered attack. Yi Fei took out his spirit-devouring sword again. Boundless sword light destroyed everything in its path. The purple-gold radiance illuminated the area. Taiji Yin-Yang sword. Rumble. Yi Fei brandished the spirit devourer's sword. It was mighty like rolling waves, like lightning in the dark clouds. This bolt of lightning quickly tore through the sky, tearing everything apart. The Taiji Profound was like the sun, covering all the light in the world. The roaring azure dragon's head was severed. The roaring white tiger was split into 2. The vermilion bird died, and the black tortoise collapsed. The descending sacred mountain suddenly stopped in midair under the attack of the Taiji Yin-Yang sword. No matter how much strength Zhou Bai used, he could not continue to suppress it. How could this be? This is impossible. A year ago, he could barely defeat me. How could he become so strong a year later? I can't accept this. I'm a bloodline warrior. I can't lose to a useless person. Bloodline was Zhou Bai's pride. In order to regain his lost honor, he did not hesitate to use the second treasure that his martial emperor master had given him, the Berserker Pill. It instantly made his bloodline go berserk, and it also made him a true genius who could fight opponents 7 levels above him. With this kind of strength, he could defeat anyone below the martial emperor realm. This was also the reason why the Earth-rank disciples who had retreated were so terrified when they saw Zhou Bai attack. Unfortunately, Zhou Bai's opponent this time was Yi Fei, who was using the Taiji realm's Taiji Yin-Yang sword. Even if Zhou Bai had the ability to fight opponents 7 levels above him, he could only make the sacred mountain last for 1 more breath. Then, with a loud boom, Yi Fei's devouring spirit sword once again shattered the sacred mountain and shattered Zhou Bai's last shred of confidence. Zhou Bai, you've lost. Yi Fei sheathed his sword and stood there like an indomitable sword. I've lost. No, I haven't lost. I won't lose. I know now. You're not Yi Fei. You're a fake. A useless person with a heaven-abandoned body can't be this strong. Tell me, who are you? What's your motive for sneaking into the Sacred Institute? Zhou Bai was hysterical. He had lost too miserably this time. It was too painful, too embarrassing, and too humiliating. He desperately tried to find excuses, unwilling to admit the truth. There was even a faint trace of madness in his eyes. Yi Fei sighed. Zhou Bai, you're very talented, but your temperament is too bad. Other than your innate advantage of having a special bloodline, you're nothing compared to those rich second generations who rely on their ancestors. With that, he turned around and left. Such an opponent couldn't train his martial arts at all. However, Yi Fei didn't notice that the moment he turned around, a trace of resentment flashed across the seemingly insane Zhou Bai's eyes. Whoosh! A sparkling emerald dagger slid out of his sleeve. This was the 3rd treasure that Zhou Bai's martial emperor master had bestowed upon him. It was the dragon-slaying dagger, which could be used to kill a real dragon. Of course, it could also be used to kill Yi Fei. I'm a genius. I won't allow a useless person to step on my head. Roaring in his heart, Zhou Bai turned into a ray of cold light and attacked Yi Fei once again. This time, it was a sneak attack when Yi Fei was least prepared. Zhou Bai is shameless to the extreme. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that after Yi Fei let Zhou Bai off, Zhou Bai wouldn't give up and would launch a sneak attack on Yi Fei. Be careful. Shang Luo, Zhou Xiaoyu, and even Ling Hong, who was very hostile to Yi Fei, couldn't help but shout nervously. Hearing their cries, Yi Fei did not even need to think. He instantly opened his purple-gold Taiji domain, which contained the Taiji domain. There was a loud bang, and the purple-gold Taiji domain actually shrank by half. This showed the shocking might of that dagger. Yi Fei finally could not hold back a strong, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Don't provoke me. If you don't listen, then die. Kill. Boom. As soon as the sword was drawn, heaven and earth shook. The terrifying sword light turned into an arc. Yi Fei circled around Zhou Bai from the front to the back and slashed at Zhou Bai's head. No, this can't be real. His attack is strong, but his defense is even stronger. How can a useless person be invulnerable? Zhou Bai was scared out of his wits. He finally experienced the despair brought by the power of despair. He didn't want to die, so he frantically retreated. However, he could only watch as Yi Fei's spirit-devouring sword got closer and closer to his throat. Fear made Zhou Bai scream desperately. Help! Who's going to save me? Stop! Who are you? What's your purpose in joining the Sacred Academy? A middle-aged man in purple rushed out from the void. His aura was very strong, and there was a star mark on his forehead. Chapter 1197. The Path of the Strongest. I am invincible, Yi Fei said calmly. His eyes were filled with the belief that he was invincible. This belief allowed him to remain calm and argue with the martial emperor while others were trembling in fear. These words naturally caused everyone to be shocked. Is Yi Fei crazy? How dare he talk to the martial emperor like that? The martial emperor was the ruler of the Sacred Institute. He was the god in the hearts of countless disciples. Now, someone was questioning the god. How dare he say that he was invincible in front of the god? The Star Martial Emperor was so angry that he laughed. He waved his hand and created a light shield to protect Zhou Bai. At the same time, he stared at Yi Fei with his starry eyes. Little guy, I know that the path you are taking is very strong, but you are too arrogant. I heard that you said that you would flatten the Sacred Institute. Is that true? Boom! After saying that, the Star Martial Emperor's eyes formed two vortexes in the starry sky. Everyone who looked at the two vortexes felt dizzy. They felt like they were suffocating. This was the power of a martial emperor. This was the power of a martial emperor. Zhou Xiaoyu originally wanted to open her mouth and plead for Yi Fei. However, under the Star Martial Monarch's nebula vortex, she was unable to speak. However, the most shocking thing was Yi Fei. Under the martial emperor's gaze, even a half-step martial emperor couldn't move or speak. Yi Fei didn't seem to be affected at all. He nodded calmly. I said that I would flatten the Sacred Institute. So what? Shameless boasting. Yi Fei, do you think that you are invincible after taking that path? Now, I will show you what it means to say that there is always a higher mountain. Star Hand. The martial emperor attacked angrily. A huge palm made of pure starlight appeared in the sky and quickly grabbed Yi Fei. The Star Martial Emperor's goal was simple. He wanted to teach Yi Fei a lesson. He wanted to show him the immensity of heaven and earth. Taiji Yin-Yang Sword. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Fei did not show any signs of weakness. When the martial emperor attacked, he immediately stabbed with his sword. The resplendent sword light was even more dazzling than the martial emperor's starlight hand. At this moment, everyone saw a gigantic Taiji sword diagram that tore through the void and destroyed the stars. It was a loud boom. There was no longer a celestial hand in the sky. There was only a sword. Yi Fei's sword slashed towards the martial emperor. He's crazy. He's completely crazy. He even dared to kill a martial emperor. Zhou Bai was scared out of his wits. If it was said that he was half jealous and half disdainful of Yi Fei in the past, then at this moment, he was truly afraid of Yi Fei. He was so afraid that he wanted to pee in his pants. No, that's impossible. You destroyed my star hand. The Star Emperor was the most astonished. He was a martial emperor. A true martial emperor could kill a large number of half-martial emperors with just one hand. Now, not only did he fail to catch Yi Fei, who was a martial sage, with just one hand, but Yi Fei had seized the opportunity to counterattack. The Star Martial Emperor felt as if he was dreaming. Since when can martial sage be so strong? Then he hurriedly attacked. The boundless starlight transformed into an even larger hand of stars that quickly grabbed at Yi Fei. I don't believe that path of yours is really that powerful. Boom! Before the Star Emperor could finish his words, Yi Fei slashed out with his sword again and cut the star hand into pieces. However, after blocking 2 attacks from the Martial Emperor, Yi Fei was exhausted and panting. He shook his head unwillingly and said, "I'm still too weak. I can't even block 2 attacks from the Martial Emperor." He smiled bitterly. After hearing his words, many disciples were so depressed that they almost vomited blood. You can fight with a Martial Emperor and you still say that you're not strong. Invincible. This Yi Fei is really invincible? He's a freak, a pervert. The Star Emperor's face darkened and smoke came out of his nostrils. He had just said that he would teach Yi Fei a lesson and let Yi Fei know the difference between heaven and earth. In the end, before he could finish his words, his face was slapped swollen. The Star Emperor was furious. The martial emperors who were sitting cross-legged in the martial imperial hall were all shocked, and their eyes widened. Old Liu rubbed his eyes hard. I didn't see wrongly. It's really Yi Fei. He actually blocked 2 attacks from the martial emperor, as expected of the strongest Dao. It's understandable that he's strong when he's a martial sage. How can he be so strong when he's facing a martial emperor? A martial emperor asked. However, no one could answer. The Star Emperor's face was burning. The feeling of being slapped in the face by a disciple in front of everyone was not good. However, if he continued to attack, he would have to use his full strength. He would be suspected of bullying the weak. Yi Fei was also very nervous. He muttered to himself, "Have I been too high-profile recently? I even dared to attack a martial emperor. However, there's no other way. If I didn't show off and act more ruthless, countless people in the Sacred Institute would have wanted to take my head to receive a reward." Thus, Yi Fei and the Star Emperor started to feel conflicted. They felt that this matter would not be easy to resolve. All right, disperse. No one is allowed to spread what happened today. An old man in golden robes walked out of the void without a sound. His appearance was very ordinary, but his tone was undeniably dignified. "Greetings, Dean." The Star Emperor and Zhou Xiaoyu did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly bowed. "Dean, it's the Dean." The disciples present were all frightened and hurriedly bowed. A quasi-emperor? Cold sweat broke out on Yi Fei's forehead. He felt that this matter had blown up too much. To think that even a quasi-emperor came out. That's right. This old man is a quasi-emperor and also the 3rd dean of the Sacred Institute. "Little fellow, you can call me the 3rd dean." The 3rd dean's tone was very cordial. The 3rd dean looked at Yi Fei with a strange look of surprise. Under the old man's gaze, Yi Fei immediately felt like he had been seen through. He understood that this old man's strength was something that he could not resist, even if he used all his methods. Yi Fei could only bow obediently and say, "Greetings, 3rd Dean. How do you plan to deal with this disciple's matter? How do you want this old man to deal with it?" The 3rd Dean smiled and gave Yi Fei a meaningful look. Yi Fei felt somewhat suspicious. What does this old man mean? Is he testing me? After all, this was a quasi-emperor, the strongest existence in the Tianwu continent. If he took a wrong step, he would die a miserable death. After thinking for a while, Yi Fei decided to kick the ball back to the 3rd Dean. "3rd Dean, please make the decision. This disciple believes that the Sacred Institute will definitely give this disciple justice." Yi Fei's tone was grave. Since the quasi-emperor old man was testing him, he was also testing this quasi-emperor old man. He wanted to see what the Sacred Institute's attitude toward him was. Zhou Bai shouted with all his might, "Master, You have to make the decision for this disciple. This disciple is not in the wrong. The one who is in the wrong is this person abandoned by heaven. Shut up. This sovereign does not have a despicable disciple who sneak attacks from behind. Zhou Bai, from now on, you are no longer my disciple. This was unexpected. The astral martial monarch, who had rushed over first, actually did not speak up for Zhou Bai. Instead, he expelled Zhou Bai on the spot. These words struck Zhou Bai like a bolt of lightning, leaving him dumbfounded on the spot. Chapter 1198. The test. What are you looking at? Do you think that this sovereign is someone who cannot tell right from wrong? You killed my disciple, so you're in the wrong. My disciple is narrow-minded and sneak-attacked you. That is his fault. The astral martial monarch said firmly. The earth-ranked disciples who were familiar with the astral martial monarch's temper all looked at Zhou Bai sympathetically. Zhou Bai had just become a martial monarch's disciple a few days ago, yet he was immediately kicked out. Even if he did not die this time, his reputation would be tarnished, and he would no longer be able to raise his head in the sacred institute. The disciples who had been trying their best to curry favor with Zhou Bai turned and left without saying anything else. The other disciples also quickly bowed and took their leave. With the appearance of a quasi-emperor, no one dared to stand there casually anymore. However, the astral martial monarch was still dissatisfied with this. He stared at the peak, where Shangluo was still munching on a spirit melon. Sensing the astral martial monarch's gaze, Shangluo reluctantly took out 2 more spirit melons. Deans, do you want some too? This has nothing to do with you. Leave quickly. The astral martial monarch berated. Yi Fei suddenly stepped forward and looked at the astral martial monarch. They're all my friends. Wherever I am, they will be there. That's right. If we live together. If we die together. We are not cowards. Xia Jun's voice trembled as he struggled to walk down the peak. Lin Tianjiao, the little fatty, and the Gua Wang were the same. Even though their bodies trembled under the might of the astral martial monarch and quasi-emperor, they did not cower. Good. These are my friends, my brothers. Yi Fei smiled and nodded. Even if the Sacred Institute punished him this time, he would have no regrets. Furthermore, he had not done anything wrong. Now it was up to the 3rd Dean to deal with this. Yi Fei looked at the 3rd Dean. Yi Fei, these friends of yours are pretty good. They're at least 10 times stronger than Zhou Bai. The 3rd headmaster's gaze was filled with admiration. After that, he seemed to have decided on something. His vast aura transformed into invisible shackles that firmly sealed Zhou Bai's soul. Zhou Bai, you're very talented, but you're narrow-minded. This time, you use your status as a martial emperor's disciple to violate the rules of the Holy Institute and sneak attack Yi Fei. I'm very disappointed in you. The Holy Institute will definitely investigate this matter. From now on, I'll seal your cultivation. You'll be a servant in the Holy Institute for the rest of your life. Handyman, puff. Hearing this punishment, Zhou Bai was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead. His immense anger and grievance caused him to faint on the spot. Reap what you sow. Yi Fei shook his head. Although he was somewhat regretful that he did not execute Zhou Bai, the punishment of sealing the cultivation of a bloodline martial artist with a bright future and reducing him to a servant was definitely worse than death for Zhou Bai. The 3rd Dean looked at Yi Fei and said, Yi Fei, can the Sacred Academy resolve your resentment by doing this? It's never too late to mend the pen after the sheep have been lost. Yi Fei said to the 3rd Dean with a bow. This punishment was still acceptable. The 3rd Dean said with some surprise, Little fellow, you're full of thorns, but you can still say such words. No wonder you were able to achieve martial path returning to truth in the Divine Palace, and even have a domain. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have walked on that path of despair. Yi Fei shook his head. In the eyes of others, they see despair. What I see is hope. Hope? Do you know how many peerless geniuses have died on that path? Do you want the Holy Institute to nurture a dead person by walking on that path? The Star Martial Monarch said mockingly. He was also secretly shocked. This brat actually has a domain? No wonder even the dean was alarmed. The third dean nodded and then shook his head. The path of despair is indeed difficult. However, since you've already made your choice, the Holy Institute will not interfere. How about this? If you can tell me how you comprehended martial path returning to truth in the divine palace, I can make the decision to accept you as my disciple and personally guide you. This way, you'll be in less danger on the path of despair. So, the dean is here to pry for information. Yi Fei could not help smiling coldly, feeling somewhat disappointed. I remember that the Holy Institute's rules state that we cannot pry into the disciples' privacy. Could it be that the Holy Institute's rules are just for show? Brat, what did you say? The Star Martial Monarch was enraged. He felt that Yi Fei was a troublemaker who feared nothing. He even dared to talk back to a quasi-emperor. Yi Fei could not be bothered with the Star Martial Monarch. He only looked at the third dean gravely and suddenly asked, "Back then, you forced the Tianfa quasi-emperor to rebel like this?" You. The Star Martial Monarch glared at Yi Fei and was about to scold Yi Fei. "Forget it. This little fellow is right. We cannot let the Tianfa incident happen again. The Holy Institute cannot afford another internal conflict." However, the third dean looked deeply at Yi Fei and said sullenly, "If you are not willing to speak, the Holy Institute will not force you. However, you obtain the core technique of my Holy Institute. If you betray the Holy Institute, I will definitely kill you." Yi Fei did not back down at all. "I will say the same thing. If the Holy Institute does not betray me, I will not betray the Holy Institute." Good, good. Since you can say that, I can rest assured. However, you cause too much of a commotion in the Holy Institute. The Earth rank cannot accommodate you. As for the Heaven rank, you are walking the path of despair. We do not dare to nurture you freely. This was the first time the third dean felt that an insignificant martial sage disciple could give him such a headache. If Yi Fei had only walked the path of despair, it would have been fine to let Yi Fei grow. However, Yi Fei comprehended the returning to truth of the martial Tao and possessed a domain. This shocked the quasi-emperor. He did not dare to let Yi Fei grow casually. If this lad soared and ran away, the Holy Institute would suffer a great loss. However, it would not do to nurture him immediately. If this lad died on the path of despair, the Holy Institute would lose everything. How about this? Yi Fei, with your talent, I can personally agree to nurture you fully. However, to convince the other two deans and the Grand Dean, you have to pass a test. The third dean thought for a while and came up with a compromise. Yi Fei was very depressed. Compared to being the center of attention, he preferred the feeling of being let go. At least that way, he would be free. However, when he saw the third dean's serious expression, Yi Fei did not have the courage to reject the Holy Institute's nurturing. He could only smile bitterly and ask, "Dean, may I ask what test I have to pass to receive the full nurturing of the Holy Institute?" "It's very simple. I will give you 3 months to prepare. After 3 months, the Holy Institute will open the teleportation array and send you to the Dragon Head realm. As long as you can survive there for 3 years, I will be able to convince the other 2 deans to nurture you as a holy son." The third dean finally made up his mind. Those who could possess a domain in the martial sage realm were all extraordinary. Even if Yi Fei was not a peerless genius, Yi Fei's talent was already worthy of the Holy Institute's attention. Chapter 1199. Dragon Head Realm. After sending off the third dean, Yi Fei and the others returned to the mountain. They activated the mountain protecting formation and continued to seal the mountain. However, this time, Yi Fei's expression was somewhat solemn. He had already experienced the Sacred Institute's test once. The Heaven Stage test was already considered a narrow escape. The test of surviving in the Dragon Head realm for 3 years would definitely be more dangerous. Xia Jun saw Yi Fei's worry and asked curiously, "Big brother, the Sacred Institute is finally willing to fully nurture you. This is a good thing. Why are you not happy?" "I'm not happy. It's not like you don't know how abnormal the Sacred Institute's test is." After thinking about it, Yifei still told them about his thrilling experience of passing the heaven stage test. At that time, if it weren't for the help of the Emperor weapon and Xiao Chao, he would have died in the heaven stage test. Hearing this, Xia Jun's face turned ghastly pale. I didn't know that the human stage assessment of the Sacred Institute was so perverted. Doesn't that mean that the assessment given by the third principle might be life-threatening? Shangluo nodded and said with a solemn expression, "It's not a possibility. It's definitely life-threatening. The Dragonhead realm is known as the land of death. There are countless evil spirits there, and they hate the disciples of the Sacred Institute very much." Yi Fei and the others looked at Shangluo in surprise. This young lady who only knew how to eat spiritual melons actually knew about the Dragonhead realm. This was information that even Guo Wang didn't know. Suddenly being stared at like this, Shangluo blushed. She took the opportunity to teach everyone a lesson. "What's with your eyes? Do you think this fairy is as ignorant as you? All right, at least you're knowledgeable. Then tell us, what is the Dragonhead realm?" Yi Fei hurriedly asked. This was related to his life. Shangluo smiled with satisfaction. It said that our Tianwu continent was once transformed from a powerful ancestral dragon after its death. Later, because of the ancient war, the ancestral dragon was torn apart. The dragon's abdomen became the present Tianwu continent. The dragon's tail was completely destroyed and turned into cosmic dust. The remaining strongest dragon head formed the mysterious Dragonhead realm. After Shangluo's explanation, Yi Fei learned that the Dragonhead realm was actually the head of the ancestral dragon that the human demon had slain. However, it wasn't destroyed. Instead, it floated in space, forming a new world. In that world, there were countless ancient ruins. Under the suppression of the quasi-emperor aristocratic families and the 4 great sacred academies, countless evil spirits continued to move to the Dragonhead domain and take root there. There were many treasures in the Dragonhead realm, but the living environment was very harsh. This also made the evil demons banish their hate, the quasi-emperor noble clans, and the 4 sacred academies to the bone. However, due to the strength of the Middle Plains quasi-emperor, the strong, evil demons of the Dragonhead realm did not dare to come out and cause trouble. However, the disciples of the evil devil sect would often rush forward to kill the disciples of the sacred institution when they encountered them. Over time, that place became known as the Land of Death. However, due to the harsh environment of the Dragonhead realm, the quasi-emperors of the Middle Continent were unable to completely exterminate the evil spirits, apart from suppressing them and preventing them from coming out. Over time, the 2 sides reached a tacit understanding. As long as the evil demons did not come out, the quasi-emperors could not be bothered to go in, wasting time and effort to exterminate the evil demons. After so many years, the 4 great sacred academies treated the Dragonhead realm as the best killing ground to temper their disciples. They would send their strong disciples into the Dragonhead realm to temper themselves. Any disciple of the sacred institution who could come out alive would have great achievements in the future. Yi Fei even secretly suspected that the sacred institution's competition was so cruel because the sacred institution prepared their disciples to enter the Dragonhead realm. After all, if one could not even withstand the competition of the sacred institution, then entering the even more dangerous Dragonhead realm would be even more dangerous. Unexpectedly, the sacred institution has such a mysterious place outside the land of buried gods. However, there are so many quasi-emperors in the Middle Plains. Why don't they work together and exterminate the evil demons there? That way, it would not be so dangerous for us to go in for experiential training. Xia Jun, Lin Tianjiao, and the little fatty were very disappointed. Yi Fei also sighed. Knowing the danger of the Dragonhead realm, he also dispelled the idea of bringing everyone into the Dragonhead realm. Naive. Do you think that those quasi-emperors do not want to exterminate the evil demons there? It is not that they cannot, but that they do not dare. I heard from my elders that the heavenly demon continent is not far from the Dragonhead realm. The demon race there is much stronger than our human race. The Dragonhead realm is a buffer between the 2 sides. If we push too hard, the evil demons there will lead the demon race to the heavenly martial continent. That will be a calamity. Shanglua's expression was very serious. However, when she said this, she secretly glanced at Yi Fei to see his reaction. Of course, Yi Fei was expressionless. However, a storm raged in his heart. The heavenly demon continent. Isn't that the continent where Master, the demon monarch, is? According to what Shanglua said, the demon monarch is not a human, but a demon. The quasi-emperors of the Central Plains were very afraid of the demon race, so they did not dare to push the evil demons of the Dragon Head realm too hard and lead the wolf into the house. Therefore, the quasi-emperor clans and the Sacred Institute could only take measures to continuously send outstanding disciples into the Dragon Head realm to kill the outstanding descendants of the evil demons. This was to prevent the evil demons from growing stronger and escaping their control. Thinking of this, Yi Fei immediately felt that the third dean's test for him was very harsh. However, if he could pass this test, he would definitely receive the greatest attention of the Sacred Institute. It would not be impossible for him to become the sacred son of the Sacred Institute. Entering the Dragon Head realm is dangerous, but it may be an opportunity for me. Although the Sacred Institute has not forced me to reveal the secret of the big green rock, there is no guarantee that they will not force me to reveal these secrets in the future. As for the legalists, the corpse official can only help me delay for a while. It is impossible for him to help me hide it forever. Once the corpse official dies, my identity will soon be exposed. At that time, it will be time for the legalists to take revenge. The appearance of the Dragon Head realm also allowed Yi Fei to see a perfect escape route. That was, he could not resist the Sacred Institute. When he fought against the legalists, he could find a way to enter the heavenly demon continent through the Dragon Head realm. Anyway, with the demon monarch's support, even if I enter the continent where the demon race is, I should not do too badly. After sorting out this information, Yi Fei was finally relieved. He felt that it was actually a good thing that the Sacred Institute sent him to the Dragon Head realm. Therefore, in the next 3 months, Yi Fei stayed on the mountain with peace of mind. He cultivated and consolidated his realm. At the same time, he gave guidance to everyone. He began to return to the origin of martial arts and embark on the path of the ancient martial saint. During this period, Yi Fei's name once again shocked the entire Sacred Institute. It was even more shocking than Yi Fei defeating the human rank and blocking the emperor's attack. Who would have thought that in just over 2 years, Yi Fei not only defeated the human rank, but also the earth rank. He is as invincible as his title. The warriors of the former Snow Wind Empire gathered again. Their expressions were even more complicated, especially when they learned that Lin Tianjiao, who had been reduced to a beggar in the imperial capital, had not only awakened his bloodline and become a bloodline warrior, but also entered the top 10 of the human rank. Many people were even more jealous. Jiang Cheng, you used to be good friends with Yi Fei. Why don't you take us to see Yi Fei? We don't ask to be his followers. We only ask that he help us for the sake of the fact that we were once from the same empire. Yes, we are too miserable. There are too many geniuses in the Sacred Institute, and they are too strong. If Senior Brother Yi does not help us, we will be completely eliminated next year at the latest and become abandoned like those old disciples. Chapter 1200. Resurgence, what did you say? Yi Fei, that crippled body, defeated the Earth rank and blocked the attacks of the Martial Emperor? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Bang! Cui Yongxian had just finished his cultivation and returned to his palace when he heard an unbelievable piece of news. He was so angry that his nose was crooked. He threw a very precious spirit bead on the spot, which also scared Wang Hao, who came to inform him. Senior Brother Cui, it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Senior Brother Zhou Bai couldn't even block one attack from Yi Fei. Even a martial emperor of the Star Realm couldn't defeat Yi Fei. In the end, this matter even alarmed the third dean. What? Even the third dean was alarmed? How could a crippled body be so strong? Could it be that the news from the family is true? That this piece of trash really had the guts to refine that spiritual object? Chui Yongxian was shocked. Wang Hao raised his head in confusion. Didn't the family say that Chui Yongxian was an orphan who had been fostered in an empire and discovered by the teachers of the Sacred Institute? Chui Yongxian came to his senses. He was jealous and had let it slip. He immediately glared at Wang Hao and said, "By the way, how is the investigation of Qiu Mingshan going?" "It's still under investigation, but the teachers don't have any clues. I heard that Qiu Mingshan went missing in the Sacred Institute. Everyone is saying that it's strange," Wang Hao said carefully. Of course it's strange. Fa Yihai must have destroyed Qiu Mingshan's corpse. They won't be able to trace it back to me. Wang Hao can't be left alive either. A cold light flashed in Chui Yongxuan's eyes, but he still had a friendly smile on his face. "You're pretty good. You're loyal to me. This is the bloodline pill I promised you. Eat it, and you'll be able to awaken your bloodline. However, you'd better leave the Sacred Institute before you awaken your bloodline. It'll be hard to explain if someone finds out." Chui Yongxian took out a spiritual pill. Wang Hao was overjoyed. He quickly took it and expressed his loyalty excitedly. "Senior brother Chui, don't worry. I'm absolutely loyal to you. I'll keep an eye on Yi Fei's every move." "Okay, go ahead." Chui Yongxian waved his hand and personally escorted Wang Hao out of the palace. The excited Wang Hao didn't notice Chui Yongxuan's gaze at all. After leaving the heaven-ranked disciples area, Wang Hao immediately found an excuse to leave the holy court. 3 days later, in the cave where Wang Hao was in seclusion, there was a pile of clothes that had turned into corpse water. A strange insect with a human face flew out of the corpse water and disappeared into the void. Another 3 days passed. The human-faced insect had already flown into a mysterious space within the depths of the School of Legalism, quickly landing in the hands of the master of the School of Legalism. A report from Fa Yongxian. "What's going on?" Yi Fei didn't die, and he even swept through the human and earth classes of the true martial sacred academy. He can even block the attack of a martial king. The young man from a School of Legalism could not help but reveal a smear of surprise. Such talent was already comparable to the young masters of the School of Legalism. Kill them all for this old man. How dare he waste my life-prolonging item? I want his life." A furious roar faintly rang out from the depths of the mysterious space. Finally, the ancestor of the School of Legalism received the news that Yi Fei had refined Xiao Chao. He was currently throwing a tantrum. The master of the School of Legalism didn't dare tarry. He immediately glared viciously at an elder sitting there and cursed. "Did you hear what the ancestor said? What's wrong with the Fa Yihai you recommended? After 2 whole years, he couldn't even kill a piece of trash abandoned by the heavens. He even allowed this child to gain the attention of the holy court? Where is Fa Yihai? Cripple his cultivation and drag him here to see me." "Master, bad news. Fa Yihai is heavily injured and on the verge of death. He's asking for an audience." Following the master of the School of Legalism's words, another elder suddenly ran in a hurry. The master of the School of Legalism frowned. He held back his anger and said, "Let him in." Very soon, 2 half-emperors quickly carried Fa Yihai in. Fa Yihai's appearance was extremely wretched. His legs were a mess of flesh and blood, and black gas constantly surged from his body. He also gave off a strange stench of corpses. This immediately filled the elders of the School of Legalism with disbelief. Preposterous! Just who dares to injure our legalism half-emperor so heavily? The master of the School of Legalism suddenly became stern. He quickly rushed over and channeled his powerful true essence into Fa Yihai's body. Only then did Fa Yihai manage to stabilize his injuries. "Speak, who injured you?" "Master, it's the Hall of Life and Death. It's a remnant of the Hall of Life and Death." Fa Yihai was terrified. This was true terror and not an act. His face was filled with the joy of escaping death. Originally, Fa Yihai had followed Yi Fei's orders and brought the corpse official to the territory of a quasi-emperor clan that had enmity with the School of Legalism. He wanted to stir up trouble and attract their attention, which would give Yi Fei more time to grow. The tragedy was that as soon as they entered the territory of the quasi-emperor family, Before Fei could spread the rumor that there were corpse puppets here, several black-clothed men suddenly rushed out. They seemed to have a special technique that could determine the location of the corpse puppets. They immediately surrounded the corpse official and even tried to kill Fei to silence him. Fei was lucky. Knowing that Fei was Yi Fei's follower, the corpse official risked its life to block the black-clothed people, barely giving Fei enough time to escape. Only then did Fei escape death and hurry back to the School of Legalism to seek protection. After listening to Fei's narration, the entire mysterious space of the School of Legalism fell deathly silent. The faces of a few elders even became as pale as a sheet of paper. The patriarch of the School of Legalism's calm face became even more solemn and filled with suspicion. Suddenly, he yelled out, "Fei, don't even think about lying to me. The G clan is the same as our School of Legalism. They're both the main forces that destroyed the Hall of Life and Death. Even if they have some conflicts with us, it's impossible for them to collude with the Hall of Life and Death." Cough, cough. Patriarch, I can swear to the heavens that I discovered the corpse puppet in the royal city of the G clan. There were indeed 3 black-clothed people covered in deathly chi who ambushed me. If you don't believe me, please take a look. Fei simply tore off his clothes. Immediately, something that shocked the patriarch of the School of Legalism happened. There was a bloody claw mark on Fei's chest. Boundless deathly chi had caused Fei's body to rapidly turn into a corpse while he was still alive. If it weren't for the fact that Fei was also a half-emperor and was familiar with the martial arts of the Hall of Life and Death, he wouldn't have been able to escape from the black-clothed people, even with the corpse official blocking his way. Seeing Fei's body gradually turn into a corpse, a smear of deep fear appeared on the face of the young man from the School of Legalism. He cried out involuntarily, "This is the Hall of Life and Death's corpse, Nether Chi." What? Corpse Nether Chi? Has the Hall of Life and Death really risen from the ashes? How dare the G clan? Could it be that the G clan was the one who destroyed the Hall of Life and Death back then? Patriarch, if that's the case, then that Fu Renjia who went against our School of Legalism in the martial god space must be some super genius hidden by the G clan. Chapter 1201. Disturbance Fear. Deep fear appeared on the faces of every elder of the School of Legalism. Even though they were young and had not participated in the battle that destroyed the Hall of Life and Death in the Age of Darkness, they were still the descendants of the School of Legalism. At this moment, an aged and determined roar rang out from the core of the School of Legalism. "Pass down my order. Gather all the quasi-emperor clans and re-establish the alliance of clans. Attack the Hall of Life and Death. This time, we must completely eradicate the Hall of Life and Death, no matter what method we use. They're the greatest threat to the Central Plains, 1,000 times greater than the Sacred Court. Yes, Ancestor, do you hear me? Gather all our strength and deal with the G clan. As for that cripple abandoned by the heavens, tell the people hiding in the 4 sacred courts to kill Yi Fei no matter what method they use." The patriarch of the School of Legalism was extremely rational. While he feared the Hall of Life and Death, he did not forget to eliminate Yi Fei. Intuitively, the patriarch of the School of Legalism vaguely felt that if Yi Fei was allowed to continue growing, he might become a great disaster. Of course, the patriarch of the School of Legalism did not even think about supervising the 4 sacred courts and setting up a trap against Yi Fei. He once again left the task to the half-emperor, Fei. Fei, who had just escaped a calamity, cried bitterly when he heard this order. For the 1,000th time, he regretted his actions and slapped himself in the face. He blamed himself for being tricked by Yi Fei in the martial god space. Not only did Yi Fei sell him out, he even brought his own rations. For some reason, he had become the greatest traitor of the School of Legalism. At this moment, Yi Fei was still in his dwelling, instructing everyone on the martial way. Never would he have thought that casually refining a corpse puppet to confuse the school of legalism would actually lead to the emergence of the remnants of the Hall of Life and Death. As the news spread, let alone the school of legalism, all the quasi-emperors who had participated in the battle back then who were still alive hurriedly came out of their seclusion in fright. The G clan suffered the most. They were somehow accused of colluding with the Hall of Life and Death and betraying the aristocratic family alliance. The old ancestor of the G clan, who was in seclusion, came out in anger. He pointed to the sky and roared, "God damn it! Whose ancestral grave did my G clan dig up? Whose wife and daughter did we kidnap? Investigate for me. Find out who is framing us. This old man will personally take action and destroy this person." Boom! The wrath of a quasi-emperor could shatter heaven and earth. As the many quasi-emperors in closed-door cultivation waiting for death jumped out, the situation in the entire central province immediately changed. It was not just the quasi-emperor noble clans that were panicking. Even the 4 sacred courtyards that received the news became extremely nervous. They knew that the central plains might be plunged into misery and suffering. Hence, the 4 sacred courtyards quickly sent many outstanding disciples to the Dragon Head realm. Compared to the dangerous Dragon Head realm, it was better than being captured by the remnants of the Hall of Life and Death and being refined into a corpse puppet. As the instigator of the entire incident, Yi Fei did not realize that his action of refining a corpse puppet had caused a huge commotion in the entire central province. Because of this commotion, the 3rd dean of the sacred courtyard could not wait for 3 months. He once again came to Yi Fei's mountain peak. This was especially so when he saw that the cultivation of Xia Jun and the others was rapidly falling under Yi Fei's guidance. The 3rd dean's expression turned extremely ugly when he rushed over. Yi Fei was also very depressed that he had been caught imparting a secret technique. He secretly cursed the old man for coming at the wrong time. However, since the matter had already been discovered by the dean himself, he could only hurriedly explain, "3rd dean, don't worry. I will only impart the pure martial way to my best brothers. Without your permission, I will absolutely not impart it to anyone else." In order to prove that he was indeed a close brother to everyone, Yi Fei did not hesitate and hugged Xia Jun, who was beside him. Xia Jun, your shoulders have become much thinner. You're a man. Why are you wiping your perfume? Wait, there's a perfume, and his body is so thin. Yi Fei finally realized that in his nervousness, he had not realized that the person standing closest to him was not Yi Fei, but Shangluo. Therefore, when Yi Fei reached over, he was not hugging Xia Jun, but Shangluo's shoulder. Lin Tianjiao and the little fatty were dumbfounded by Yi Fei's sudden action. Xia Jun's face was also filled with regret. He should not have retreated just now and allowed Yi Fei to hug the wrong person. Even though Yi Fei was only hugging Shangluo's shoulder, his action undoubtedly caused Shangluo's face to darken. In an instant, more than 10 pseudo-thearch weapons, including a complete emperor weapon, were all taken out by Shangluo. A loud boom was heard. A huge crater appeared on the mountain where Yi Fei was standing. Yi Fei stood at the edge of the crater with lingering fear. He stared at Xia Jun with sweat all over his forehead. "Xia Jun, why didn't you stand beside me all this time?" "Big brother, I didn't want to either. I just turned around to pick up something and you hugged me." Xia Jun also wanted to cry, but had no tears. "You're still talking." Shangluo was so angry that the hand holding the emperor weapon was trembling. He immediately took out another emperor weapon. He actually used 2 emperor weapons together to smash Yi Fei to death on the spot. At this moment, Yi Fei finally understood what it meant to be rich. He could not bear to throw away half of his emperor weapon, even if it's self-destructed. However, Shangluo actually took out 2 emperor weapons in one go. Yi Fei's eyelids twitched violently. He stole a glance at the 3rd Academy Master to see his reaction. The 3rd Academy Master was expressionless as he watched them fooling around. Only the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Even though Yi Fei's action was unintentional, The third Academy Master felt that Yi Fei and the others seemed to have discussed it beforehand. They purposely made such a comical scene to get away with it. Although the third Academy Master was dissatisfied with Yi Fei's private teaching of returning to truth, the third Academy Master was still moved. He felt that this was a good opportunity to completely resolve Yi Fei's resentment towards the Sacred Academy. His dark expression gradually turned better. I won't pursue this matter. However, if you ever spread the returning to truth scripture of the Sacred Academy again, I won't forgive you. Do you understand? The third Academy Master said with a straight face. In the end, he decided to forget about this matter. I will remember. Yi Fei heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly bowed to the third Academy Master with everyone else. Seeing that the Sacred Academy tolerated his private teaching of returning to truth, he was finally relieved. He knew that the Sacred Academy valued him a lot. This way, he could rest assured and let everyone continue to cultivate in the Sacred Academy. However, Yi Fei still asked curiously, Third Academy Master, how do you know that I have learned the returning to true scripture? Humph. The three core martial arts of the Sacred Academy are the returning to truth scripture, the divine punishment scripture, and the true martial scripture. Unfortunately, as Academy Masters, we only know about them, but we don't know where they are hidden in the divine palace. Even the returning to truth scripture that is known to the public is incomplete. Chapter 1202. Ambush. Yi Fei certainly understood that the third principal's words were so obvious. First, he was warning him not to spread the returning to nature scripture. Second, the third principal definitely wanted the returning to nature scripture. Otherwise, why would the third dean tell him that the pure, true scripture in the Sacred Academy was incomplete? He was obviously hinting that he should give the complete, pure, true scripture to the Sacred Academy. What a cunning old fox! Yi Fei looked at the smiling third dean and really wanted to punch him in the face. This old man must have predicted that I would impart the returning to nature scripture to Xia Jun and the others. He purposely came early to catch me in the wrong. But he had to lower his head when he was under the third dean's roof. Knowing the third dean's purpose, Yi Fei obediently handed over the complete pure true scripture that he had prepared. Dean, don't worry. I won't keep the pure true scripture to myself. I'll leave it in the Sacred Academy. This was something that Yi Fei had considered long ago. In the end, an ordinary man was innocent, but treasuring a jade ring would arouse the envy of others. Back then, the Tianfa Quasi-Emperor had betrayed the Sacred Academy because of this. However, the Tianfa Quasi-Emperor was very lucky back then. He had a Quasi-Emperor noble clan helping him in secret, so he might as well give the pure, truth scripture to the Sacred Academy. This would show his loyalty to the Sacred Academy and stop the Sacred Academy from forcing him to tell others about the Big Blue Stone. As expected, after Yi Fei handed over the pure, true scripture, the third dean immediately gave Yi Fei a look that said, "You're smart." The third dean put away the complete, pure, true scripture as if he had found a treasure. He looked at Yi Fei in a different way. In addition to kindness, there was excitement and relief. Good. Thanks to you, the pure, true scripture of the Sacred Academy is finally complete. Of course, if you tell me how you got the inheritance in the Divine Hall, I can make the decision to let you take over the position of the Sacred Son immediately. The third dean's eyes flashed with passion. Third dean, I don't know. I fainted when I entered the Divine Hall. Then the formula of the pure, true scripture appeared in my mind. Yi Fei started to play dumb. Since he had promised the Big Blue Stone that he wouldn't tell others about its existence, Yi Fei would never go back on his word. Besides, he and the Big Blue Stone had each other's secrets. If he sold the Big Blue Stone could sell him and Xiao Chao. Seeing that Yi Fei was still unwilling to give in, the third Academy head could not help but chide him jokingly. "You sly little rascal. If you don't say anything, we won't force you anymore." On the other hand, Yi Fei was willing to hand over the pure, true scripture, which proved Yi Fei's loyalty to the Sacred Academy. Of course, the third dean wouldn't make things difficult for Yi Fei. He took Yi Fei directly to a tall teleportation platform. Yi Fei, this is the teleportation formation to the Dragon Head realm. Remember, you can't be merciful in the Dragon Head realm. If you are merciful in the Sacred Academy, you will lose the opportunity to improve. But if you are merciful in the Dragon Head realm, you will lose your life. Third Dean, something is wrong. It hasn't been 3 months yet, has it? Yi Fei finally realized what was wrong. However, before he could finish his words, he felt the world spinning around him. That old man, the Third Dean, had actually activated the teleportation formation without even saying anything. Furthermore, he had even conveniently kicked Yi Fei into the teleportation formation. Humph, it hasn't been 3 months yet, but all's fair in war. The Sacred Academy is full of spies. If I didn't say that, you would have been ambushed by the enemy immediately after you teleported there. Listen carefully, boy. It's important to stay alive in the Dragon Head realm. If you come here again in 3 years, I will take you back. The Third Dean's voice passed through the layers of the void and reached Yi Fei's ears. Hearing this, Yi Fei's face was immediately filled with suspicion. This old man, could it be that he's afraid that after I sweep through the Earth stage, I'll sweep through the Heaven stage? Are these old guys so ashamed that they deliberately sent me here in advance? The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Yi Fei's original plan was to defeat the Heaven stage 3 months later and defeat Cui Yongxian, the traitor of the Sacred Academy. Then he would enter the Dragon Head realm in a glorious manner. Sigh, it seems that the time it takes to flatten the Sacred Academy will be extended by another 3 years. How unpleasant. Leaving the teleportation area, Yi Fei randomly chose a target and flew towards the depths of the Dragon Head realm. Unlike the central region, the Dragon Head realm was very desolate. The earth was dry and cracked, and not a single blade of grass grew. It was like a terrifying desert. But there were many strange demonic beasts living in this desert. Devilish beasts were indeed ferocious beasts that had been demonized. However, they were even more terrifying and powerful than ferocious beasts. Even a baby of a devilish beast could possess the strength of a first-level martial saint. Adult devilish beasts could be found everywhere, reaching the 10th level of the martial saint realm or even the half-step martial emperor realm. Fortunately, these demonic beasts could only survive in the Dragon Head realm and could not go to the central region. Otherwise, the entire central region would be ruthlessly destroyed by these demonic beasts. Apart from the demonic beasts, the most dangerous thing in the Dragon Head realm was the evil spirits entrenched here. Some of these evil spirits had been driven here by the joint efforts of the quasi-emperor clans and the Sacred Academy in ancient times. Later, many vicious martial practitioners were hunted down by their enemies and also fled into the Dragon Head realm. This also made the order of the Dragon Head realm even more chaotic than that of the Xiexio Sea. Demonic beasts fought with demonic beasts. Xiexio fought with Xiexio. Even the disciples of the 4 sacred academies and the disciples of the quasi-emperor clans would also fight with each other after entering the Dragon Head realm to compete for treasures. Fortunately, I heard from Shenhua that in recent years, the treasures and opportunities of the Dragon Head realm have mostly been excavated. Many disciples of the quasi-emperor clans came in empty-handed. Now, there are very few disciples of the quasi-emperor clans who come to the Dragon Head realm. Instead, there are many disciples of the other sacred academies who have come to the Dragon Head realm to gain experience. As Yi Fei was thinking this, he suddenly found a green space in front of him. This was very rare in the Dragon Head realm, which was barren and barren like a desert. He hurriedly rushed forward, intending to take a rest. However, just as he approached the green patch, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Yi Fei immediately opened the eye of thunder punishment and looked at the green space in front of him. In the end, it was not a green space, but a phantom trap. The most abominable thing was that there were 10 terrifying killing formations hidden in this trap. If a half-emperor accidentally stepped into it, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. This Dragon Head realm is indeed dangerous. Danger is everywhere. Yi Fei dispelled the idea of resting here and planned to continue moving forward. At this time, two heads suddenly emerged from the killing formation and stared coldly at Yi Fei, especially at Yi Fei's disciple uniform. It's the disciple of the true martial sacred academy. This kid is quite vigilant. He didn't step into our trap. Humph! When the true martial sacred academy was strong, their disciples swaggered in our dragon head realm and killed many of our Sieshio geniuses. Since we have encountered this kid, he can forget about living. They secretly probed and found that Yi Fei was only at the 6th level of the martial saint realm. The two exchanged glances and saw the fierce light in each other's eyes. Then they rushed out together. "Brat, stop right there." Chapter 1203. Bounty order, hero, please spare my life. Just treat me as a fart and let me go. Outside the green patch, the two evil devils knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. There was no way they could remain calm. They were both evil devils of the 8th level of the martial saint realm. Even with the two of them working together, they were still severely injured by Yi Fei's slap. Knowing that they had kicked an iron plate, they immediately acted pitiful. Yi Fei didn't make things difficult for these two demons. After all, they were also humans and could speak human language. He could capture them and ask about the situation of the Dragon Head world. He coldly retracted his hand and ordered them, "You can live. Tell me, why did you set up so many traps?" He had to know this clearly. After all, he still wanted to find a green field to rest. If there were such traps everywhere, wouldn't it be a tragedy if he accidentally stepped into it? The two demons hesitated and didn't want to answer Yi Fei's question. Yi Fei didn't say anything. He pointed the devouring spirit sword forward and directly stabbed one of them to death. He pretended to be impatient and said, "I'm too lazy to waste time with you. After killing you, it's the same to continue capturing people." After saying that, he stabbed the second person to death. Of course, that person was so scared that his legs trembled. He wailed in his heart. Didn't they say that the true martial sacred academy had declined and could be trampled on? Why was this disciple of the true martial sacred academy so terrifying? "Hero," I said, "we're from the Blood Demon sect. We were ordered to ambush here and prevent people from breaking in." "What? You're from the Blood Demon sect?" Yi Fei was very shocked. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of the Azuri young lord who almost destroyed the entire North Domain. He didn't expect to meet a disciple of the Blood Demon sect in the Dragon Head world. It had to be said that this was fate. "Yes, I'm a disciple of the Blood Demon sect. I've said everything that needs to be said. I only ask that you spare my life. Okay, you can go." Yi Fei was very straightforward and waved his hand to let him go. "Thank you, hero. You're a kind person. Good people will be rewarded." In his heart, he was laughing at Yi Fei's stupidity. After knowing his identity, he still didn't kill him. He had already decided that when he got out of Yi Fei's sight, he would send a message to the sect's guardians to catch this stupid kid and make him his blood slave. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, Yi Fei's indifferent voice suddenly came from behind him. "Big Black, I'll leave this to you." Roar. What followed was the furious roar of the dragon turtle. As a ferocious demon under the Baxiao Mountains, the dragon turtle naturally would not casually bite someone. Instead, it reservedly spat out a mouthful of dragon flames, sending the Blood Demon Church disciple to the afterlife. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Moreover, the Blood Demon Church has done all kinds of evil. I would be a fool to let you go. Yi Fei shook his head when he thought of the two people's vicious sneak attack. He then searched their space belts. Damn, these two poor bastards don't even have a single spiritual stone. You're the martial sages of the Blood Demon sect. Yi Fei was speechless. In the end, he didn't find any spiritual stones. Instead, he found a lot of wanted posters. Childine Demon, Lady Joy, and the Murderer. They were obviously the devils of the devils. Otherwise, they wouldn't be wanted in the Dragon Head world. Of course, the bounties for these devils were also very high. Childine Demon's head was worth 30 million upper-grade spiritual stones. Lady Joy's head was worth 50 million upper-grade spiritual stones. The murderer's head was worth 5 million upper-grade spiritual stones. Evil demon sword sage, 50 billion upper-grade spiritual stones. Damn, Yifei almost vomited blood when he saw the last wanted poster. If he remembered correctly, Zhao Qianjun was known as the evil demon sword sage in Zhongzhou. Could it be that Zhao Qianjun was also in the Dragonhead world? It's possible. Zhao Qianjun walks the evil demon Dao. The Dragonhead world is where the strongest evil demon masters of the Tianwu continent are gathered. Holding the wanted poster in his hand, Yifei was pleasantly surprised. He had wanted to meet Zhao Qianjun for a long time. He wanted to thank Zhao Qianjun for his help in the past. Yifei was a sentimental person. Back in the Sky Fortune Martial House, when he was still very weak, if it wasn't for a lucky coincidence where he cracked Zhao Qianjun's fake death tomb and obtained the Spirit Devourer sword, he wouldn't have met the Devil Emperor and wouldn't have walked on the path of the sword. At the same time, Zhao Qianjun had helped him in the underground maze of the Liu family. In addition, he had a good relationship with Zhao Qianjun's daughter, Zhao Xinian. At this time, seeing Zhao Qianjun being wanted, Yifei certainly wouldn't sit by and do nothing. Perhaps these people have set up so many vicious traps to ambush senior apprentice brother Zhao. Since I've run into them, I can't just ignore it. Holding the wanted poster in his hand, Yifei thought for a while. Then he simply took off the clothes of the first Blood Demon sect disciple and put them on himself. Back in the Zhongzhou, Yifei had many grudges with the Blood Demon sect. Now that he was pretending to be a disciple of the Blood Demon sect, he looked quite good. It's a pity that I gave the strange treasure mask to the corpse official. Otherwise, it would look even better. The next time I run into the corpse official, I'd better get it back. At this time, Yifei didn't know that the corpse official had long been captured by the remnants of the Hall of Life and Death. The quasi-emperor clans of the Zhongzhou were also in a mess because of the revival of the Hall of Life and Death. Otherwise, Yifei wouldn't be thinking of finding the corpse official to take back the strange treasure mask. Instead, he would be doing everything possible to cut off the connection with the corpse puppet. Anyway, I still have 3 years in the Dragonhead realm. I'm not in a hurry. I might as well wait here for the Blood Demon sect's change of guard to come. Then, I'll capture them and interrogate them about senior apprentice brother Zhao's whereabouts. Yifei stroked his chin and pouted at the dragon tortoise. He was a layman when it came to formations. On the other hand, this dragon tortoise was a natural formation expert. It had also obtained the formation scripture left behind by the 3 ultimate martial emperor. Therefore, without destroying the killing formation, Yifei easily entered the green space and cultivated there for 10 days. The Blood Demon sect's change of guard finally came. However, it wasn't just 2 people, but more than 10 experts of the Blood Demon sect. They rushed over together. There are actually so many people? Yifei was very surprised. He was also very daring. It was clearly a fake, but he still went out to welcome them. This immediately startled the disciples of the Blood Demon sect, who rushed over. Aren't there 2 people guarding this place? Why is it only you? This disciple pays his respects to the protector. I also didn't know. I was sent here not long after I joined. No one told me. Yifei had an aggrieved expression. He wasn't afraid of being seen through. This was because he had found the Blood Demon manual in the spatial belts of the 2 disciples, which was similar to the true martial manual. Chapter 1204. Immortal Crystals. Yifei's explanation was very reasonable. The Blood Demon sect had indeed been recruiting recently, and there were many new faces. The Blood Demon Great Guardian snorted coldly and nodded. So you're new. Were you recommended by Shi Feng or Wang Er? What's Shi Feng, Wang Er? Great Guardian, I'm good friends with Zhang San. He was the one who recommended me to join the Blood Demon sect. Yifei was stunned. He sneered in his heart, thinking that this Blood Demon sect's Great Guardian was really cunning. He purposely used the wrong name to test him. Fortunately, when Yifei killed the 2 of them, he was able to find their identity tokens. That was why he didn't reveal any flaws. Seeing that Yifei only possessed the strength of the 6th layer martial sacred realm, the guardian of the Blood Demon sect finally let his guard down. He would never have thought that his two 8th-layer martial sacred realm cultivators had already been slain by Yi Fei. After probing Yi Fei's strength, he obviously trusted Yi Fei more as he ordered coldly. "Very well, since Zhang San is my subordinate, you are mine too. Join the team and leave with me." "Then what about here?" Yi Fei asked doubtfully. "Impudent. If you join my blood demon sect, you must obey the orders of your superiors unconditionally. You can't have any doubts." The blood demon sect's great guardian's eyes were as red as blood, forming a terrifying blood-red light. Yi Fei wanted to block it, but after thinking about it, he decisively gave up on it. Puff! That blood-red light directly penetrated his shoulder, and a bloody hole as thick as a thumb appeared. "Spare me, great guardian!" Yi Fei hurriedly screamed, feeling very depressed. "I'll remember this. Once I find Senior Apprentice Brother Zhao's whereabouts, I'll deal with you all." Oomph. The blood demon sect's great guardian glanced coldly at Yi Fei. Considering that Yi Fei was a 6th-level martial saint and could be considered an expert, the great guardian of the blood demon sect retracted his blood-red eyes and continued flying forward. The dozen or so blood demon sect's martial saints beside him didn't say anything and hurriedly followed. Yi Fei felt even more depressed. He felt that the evil devils were even more cruel. They didn't show any mercy to their comrades, let alone outsiders. No wonder when I came in, the 3rd dean told me not to be merciful. "Brother, where's the great guardian bringing us?" Yi Fei followed at the back of the group and sent a message to a disciple of the Blood Demon Church who was lagging behind. His trick was effective. Not only did the Blood Demon sect's great guardian trust him, the Blood Demon sect's great guardian was also more polite to Yi Fei because he was a 6th-level martial saint. It said that the great guardian found an immortal crystal vein by luck. Therefore, he's taking us there to clean up the demonic beasts inside. At the same time, the Blood Demon sect will have the immortal crystals. The great guardian secretly sent a message to Yi Fei. Yi Fei finally understood why the Blood Demon sect's great guardian trusted him after asking him a few questions. It turned out that the great guardian didn't have enough manpower and was recruiting people to make up the numbers. Then, Yi Fei felt excited. "Xiao Qiao, did you hear that? It seems that there are immortal crystals in the Dragon Head world. These are formed by immortal stones that are of a higher grade than spirit stones." Within the beast mark space, Xiao Qiao's eyes were wide open. Without Yi Fei saying anything, Xiao Qiao was already widening his eyes and looking left and right, up and down, looking for where the delicious immortal crystals could be found. Yi Fei also decisively gave up on his plan to attack along the way. Instead, he planned to wait until they found the immortal crystals before making a move. Therefore, like the surrounding blood demon sect's disciples, he started to rush on in silence. The Dragon Head world covered a very large area. Danger was everywhere. Yi Fei followed behind and encountered a total of 6 waves of demonic beasts. The continuous battles caused 2 blood demon sect's disciples to die tragically in the mouths of demonic beasts. However, the great guardian didn't even look at them as he continued flying. Yi Fei could only continue to follow behind in silence. He finally understood how bad the environment of the Dragon Head world was. Here, even martial saints would be in danger at any time. After flying for 3 days, just when Yi Fei was about to lose his patience, the great guardian in front suddenly stopped in front of an abyss in excitement. "It's here. This is the relic where the immortal crystals are. Everyone, go down immediately and open a path for me." "Yes, great guardian." All the martial saints of the Blood Demon sect who were still alive rushed into the dark abyss without hesitation. Yi Fei also rushed in, cursing the great guardian of the Blood Demon sect's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. "No wonder he brought me here without questioning me. It's obvious that he wants us to be cannon fodder." However, despite his complaints, he still rushed down without hesitation. This was because Xiao Qiao had already sensed the aura of the immortal crystals in the beast mark space. He even made a big gesture to Yi Fei, indicating that there might be a lot of immortal crystals inside. It was rare to encounter such a good thing. Of course, Yifei wouldn't be polite. He rushed in faster and fiercer than the other blood demon sect's disciples. This kid is not bad. The blood demon sect's great guardian was very satisfied with Yifei's performance. However, not long after Yifei rushed down, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the dark abyss. Then, countless black demon insects gushed out like a tide. Heavens, this is the nest of the demon insects. So many demon insects. My hands, my feet. Great guardian, help. Next to him, an unlucky martial saint was covered by thousands of fist-sized demon insects. His hands and feet were quickly gnawed into bones by the demon insects. In the end, even the bones were eaten clean by the demon insects. Yifei's hair stood on end. However, he didn't retreat. Instead, he continued to rush towards the bottom of the abyss. At the same time, he waved his life and death fist, killing all the demon insects that approached him. The other blood demon sect's martial saints were the same. They were even crazier than Yifei. This wasn't because they didn't fear death, but because the great guardian of the blood demon sect was personally holding the line behind them. If anyone dared to take a step back, the great guardian would directly blow their brains out and feed their corpses to the demon insects. The blood demon sect's great guardian clearly wanted to use these subordinates to open a path and force their way into the abyss. When Yifei successfully rushed to the bottom of the abyss, the number of blood demon sect disciples that were still alive had decreased from 12 to 5. The remaining ones had all been carelessly fed to the demon insects when they rushed down. Their faces were all very miserable. Only the blood demon sect's great guardian relied on everyone to charge at the front. Not only was he unharmed, he didn't even waste much of his true yuan. All of you very good. I won't treat you unfairly. This is the blood demon pill that I promised you. Take it and increase your strength. The moment the blood demon church guardian landed on the ground, the first thing he did was to throw out a black bottle. Upon seeing the bottle, the 4 disciples, who were still in a state of misery, were instantly overjoyed. Then, they swarmed towards the black bottle. This is great. With the blood demon pill, we can break free from the blood demon curse. We're finally free. The 4 disciples frantically divided the blood demon pill. They couldn't wait to swallow it into their mouths. They hurriedly sat down cross-legged to refine it, like hungry ghosts reincarnated. Chapter 12:05. Danger. The 4 people who had eaten the blood demon pills immediately sat on the ground and frantically refined the pills. At this time, Yifei, who was still standing to the side, appeared very out of place. The blood demon sect enforcer glared at him and asked, "Kid, don't tell me you think the blood demon pills I gave you are too little? They all ate them. So why didn't you eat them?" "What? Not eating? Is this kid stupid? We cultivate the blood demon arts and suffer from the demon blood curse. Only the blood demon pills can prevent us from suffering a backlash. It's better if he doesn't eat them. The remaining blood demon pills can be divided equally among us." When the 4 blood demon sect disciples saw that Yifei didn't eat them, their eyes suddenly became greedy. They actually wanted to take Yifei's share for themselves. Seeing this, Yifei only looked at these demons with pity. But before he could say anything, the blood protector next to him had already berated his subordinates. "What are you snatching for? How dare you snatch something that I, the enforcer, gave you?" As he spoke, the protector snatched the blood demon pill and personally handed it to Yifei, saying, "Kid, eat it. From now on, you're this protector's subordinate." Glancing at the blood demon pill, Yifei sneered and shook his head. "If I really eat this blood demon pill, I'll be a dead man." "What do you mean?" The blood protector's face clearly showed a trace of shock. The 4 blood demon sect disciples who had already eaten the pills suddenly showed a trace of panic on their faces. Could it be that this isn't a blood demon? The blood demon sect disciple didn't even finish his sentence before he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground with a horrified expression. The other 3 people also bled from their 7 orifices and fell one after another, until they died. Their eyes were wide open, and there was fear in their eyes. There was also disbelief. As expected, you gave them medicinal pills not to help them increase their strength, but to silence them. Yi Fei rejoiced. Ever since he saw Qiu Mingshan being poisoned to death by a poison pill, he had paid special attention to these pills. Even though the spiritual energy of the blood demon pill was very dense, the more it was so, the more careful he became. Reality proved that the consequences of casually eating pills given by others were very serious. The blood protector also appreciated Yi Fei's cautiousness. He laughed and said, "Kid, you're really not bad. You're quite strong, and you're also careful enough. If not for the special circumstances, I would really have nurtured you into my trusted aid. Forget it. I've seen the fate of your trusted subordinates. However, there's one thing that I'm very curious about. They're martial saints, right? Aren't you afraid that the blood demon sect will blame you for killing them? Or are you planning to betray the blood demon sect?" When Yi Fei said these words, he was full of righteousness. Even he himself almost believed that he was a member of the blood demon sect. Seeing that Yi Fei was about to die, but was still foolishly loyal to the blood demon sect, the blood protector was stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly laughed and said, "I couldn't tell that you were still loyal to our sect. Unfortunately, the immortal crystal vein here is too precious. If I don't kill all of you, how can I take it all for myself?" The blood demon sect's protector's aura was awe-inspiring. He was like a blood demon as he approached Yi Fei step by step. Seeing this, Yi Fei did not retreat. His expression was still indifferent. However, when he heard that the blood protector wanted to take all of it for himself, his eyes lit up. "Yeah, we actually thought of the same thing. How about this? If you give this vein to me and answer a few of my questions, I can consider only crippling you and not killing you." Yi Fei had a serious expression on his face. After all, he was taking a huge risk by letting a heinous demon go. The blood demon protector almost thought that he had heard wrongly. What did he just hear? Not only did a disciple of the 6th level of the martial saint realm want to take all of it for himself, he even wanted to kill him, the protector. A surge of anger instantly turned the blood protector's eyes blood red. "You're courting death." Boom! The blood-red eyes pierced through the air like sharp blades and stabbed towards Yi Fei's body. Yi Fei's expression turned cold. He suddenly took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "This move again. Do you really think that your eyes can kill people? Eye of Thunder punishment, open." Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A purple vertical eye appeared on Yi Fei's forehead. 2 bolts of lightning shot out from the vertical eye and collided with the blood protector's blood-red eyes. The blood demon's eyes instantly dissipated. At the same time, 2 lines of blood flowed out from his blood-red eyes. "Oh, my blood-red eyes. Who are you? You're definitely not from the blood demon sect. I'm going to kill you." The blood protector's eyes were bleeding. The blood also made him extremely crazy. He waved his hand, and the blood of the 4 dead blood demon sect disciples on the ground were all sucked dry. 4 terrifying blood pythons were formed and coiled around Yi Fei's body at lightning speed. "Petty tricks. I've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. I can only kill you to avenge them." Ignoring the blood pythons coiling around his body, Yi Fei's body suddenly burned with purple-golden flames. Then, a huge Taiji sword diagram was formed. The whistling sword chi spread in all directions and pierced thousands of holes into the abyss. The 4 blood pythons that were directly hit by the sword chi were instantly blown into ashes. This scene scared the Gorfiend protector out of his wits. Although he was also an expert of the 10th level of the martial saint realm, he actually felt a kind of fear from the bottom of his heart when facing Yi Fei. "Don't kill me!" The blood devil Dharma protector screamed in terror. His body remained in place, but blood began to pour out of his orifices as he shot off into the distance, as if he wanted to flee. Yi Fei wasn't surprised at all. Back in the northern domain, he had learned that the most important thing about blood devils was not their fleshly body, but their blood. Destroying their bodies could only severely injure them. Only by destroying their blood could they be killed. Yi Fei immediately controlled the Taiji sword diagram in the sky. While shattering the blood protector's body, he also mercilessly suppressed the mass of blood in the distance. I'm going to kill you." The blood protector's face was full of despair. The mass of blood turned into a blood python and desperately tried to rush out of the range of the Taiji sword diagram. However, how could the blood protector escape from the Taiji sword diagram that had a domain? Rumble. The Taiji sword diagram crushed down. Not only did the mass of blood shrink, but it was also quickly destroyed by the Taiji sword diagram. At the same time, the destruction of the mass of blood also caused the blood protector to be severely injured. He could no longer resist and could only turn back. The badly injured blood man kept begging Yi Fei for mercy. Spare me, I can spare you, as long as you tell me where Zhao Qianjun is," Yi Fei said in a deep voice. "You're also here for the evil sword saint's reward?" The blood protector shouted regretfully. "I can tell you where the evil sword saint is, but you have to promise to let me leave safely." Chapter 1206. Seventh level of the Martial Saint Realm indeed. Seeing Yi Fei take out the bounty and knowing that he was not Yi Fei's match, the blood protector still decided to take a gamble. The evil devil sword saint is hiding in the Blood Sea Forest. Take this map, and you will be able to find him. Whoosh! Saying that, a map flew out from the mass of blood and was thrown to the left. The crippled blood man rushed to the right, trying to create a diversion and escape. Yi Fei laughed coldly. "Evil devils are indeed cunning. Big Black, come out and work." Saying that, Yi Fei chased after him and stabbed towards the blood protector with a sword that contained the Taiji domain. The blood protector was so scared that he almost peed in his pants. He roared mournfully, "How can you be a hero when you don't keep your word? Don't worry. I said that I won't kill you, so I definitely won't." Bang! Yi Fei turned the devouring spirit sword and used only the back of the sword to fiercely slap the crippled blood man. Once again, the blood protector was slapped into a mass of blood, which flew into the abyss of demonic insects in the sky. The walls of the abyss were filled with the nests of demonic insects. Hearing that something had flown into their domain, a large number of demonic insects instantly drowned the mass of blood. Soon, the miserable cries of the blood protector resounded from within. Yi Fei also kept his word and did not kill the blood protector. Of course, if this guy is killed by the demonic insects, then it will have nothing to do with me. This is called retribution. Since this blood protector wanted his subordinate to be a scapegoat and even wanted to silence him, Yi Fei might as well let this evil devil have a taste of being a scapegoat. It was also when the blood devil was completely devoured by the demonic insects in the sky above the abyss. The dragon turtle also came back with a map with its body full of demonic insects. The demonic insects continuously bit the dragon turtle, but were unable to harm it in the slightest. Just as the dragon turtle landed at the bottom of the abyss, Yi Fei clearly sensed a spiritual white light surging from the ground. It rushed towards the dragon turtle and instantly turned the demonic insects on its body into green smoke, dissipating into the air. These demonic insects are actually formed from demonic chi. No wonder they don't dare to approach the bottom of the abyss. Yi Fei was a little surprised. It seemed that the spiritual energy of the immortal crystals was the nemesis of the demonic insects. It was no wonder that the blood protector had the idea of killing all his subordinates and taking the immortal crystals for himself. With the immortal crystals, he could have rushed out of the demon insect abyss unscathed. Big Black, well done. Yi Fei picked up the map that the blood protector had thrown out and looked at it. He discovered that it was a strange place called the Blood Sea Forest. If this person wasn't lying, then the evil sword saint Zhao Qianjun should be somewhere in the Blood Sea Forest. This is great. I can finally return the favor to Zhao Qianjun. But before I go to the Blood Sea Forest, I won't be polite and will accept the immortal crystals here." While Yi Fei was looking at the map, Xiao Chao had already run out of the beast mark space barefooted. He even ran straight into the depths of the abyss. The dragon turtle naturally followed closely behind. It roared as it discussed something with Xiao Chao. At the same time, it shook its steel tail with all its might to please him. It slapped the ground of the abyss until it rumbled. It could be seen how hard the dragon turtle was trying to please him. Looking at the dragon turtle that was running past him, Yi Fei actually had an illusion. The thing that was running past him was not a turtle, but a big black dog wearing a turtle shell. What a good lackey! Yi Fei sighed speechlessly and hurriedly followed. When he went over, Xiao Chao had already found the location of the immortal crystal mine. The dragon turtle was there, working hard to dig out the stones. Yi Fei also went over to help. The three of them worked together. Soon, a 300-meter long and 10-meter deep immortal crystal mine appeared in front of Yi Fei. Only this much. Yi Fei was a little disappointed. Squeak, squeak. Xiao Chao also shook her ponytail unhappily. Roar, roar. The dragon turtle roared. It had already quietly opened its mouth and secretly took a bite at the corner of the immortal crystal. Seeing that Yi Fei didn't make a sound, it took another bite. This damn turtle! Yi Fei and Xiao Chao's faces darkened. They directly kicked the dragon turtle to the side and began to divide this very small immortal crystal mine. In the end, Xiao Chao got a third of it. He happily rolled around on a huge immortal crystal. Xiao Chao gestured to Yi Fei and told Yi Fei that Xiao Chao didn't want to eat this immortal crystal. Instead, he planned to turn his spirit stone bed into an immortal crystal bed. Just as the dragon tortoise was about to open its mouth and steal some more immortal crystals, Xiao Chao hurriedly stuffed the little bed of spirit stones that she had discarded into the dragon tortoise's mouth and forced it to eat it. She even sternly told the dragon tortoise, in the future, it can eat spirit stones. As for immortal crystals, Xiao Chao can eat them alone. Hearing Xiao Chao's decision, the dragon turtle, who was still gnawing on the spirit stone bed, shed 2 lines of regretful tears. In the end, a third of this small immortal crystal mine was moved into the beast mark space by Xiao Chao and made into a new immortal crystal bed. A third of it was taken by Xiao Chao alone. He treated it as his snacks and carefully hid it away. He would eat it slowly when he was hungry. As for the last third, Yi Fei didn't hesitate. He kept a few immortal crystals as gifts and didn't bother to dig up the rest. He sat on a mine with his legs crossed. He started to activate the battle demon path and the battle god path to refine the immortal crystals. Rumble. After all, immortal crystals were of a higher grade than spirit stones. Even though they were only 100 centimeters long, the spiritual energy they contained was much more terrifying than 10 billion high-grade spirit stones. The quality of the spiritual chi was even more incomparable. After refining a small part of the immortal crystals, Yi Fei could feel his flesh emitting a golden glow. The battle demon path had a new breakthrough and reached the 7th level. It also pushed the strength of Yi Fei's flesh to a new height. I have a feeling that even if I don't release the purple gold Tai Chi, attacks below the half-martial dominator realm won't be able to hurt me. Crap, my divine battle Tao is about to break through to the 7th level too. Yi Fei finally experienced what it meant to be happy and painful at the same time. It was great news for others to have a breakthrough in their martial arts, but for him, it could lead to his death at any time. Once the divine battle Tao and the battle demon path reach the 7th level, I'll have no choice but to merge the despair force for the 4th time. It's going to be very dangerous. Yi Fei could faintly feel that the aura he was emitting was beginning to attract the attention of the heavenly Tao. Yi Fei did not dare to be negligent. He quickly stopped cultivating the battle god Tao and activated the true spirit 9 transformations to quickly hide his aura. In the end, when the heavenly Tao did not discover the person undergoing the tribulation cloud above Yi Fei's head slowly dispersed. Meanwhile, Yi Fei's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He had a feeling that the 4th tribulation of merging the despair force was nothing special. It was definitely not a small matter. If he was not careful, he would lose his life. Before I'm fully prepared, I can't recklessly merge the despair force for the fourth time. Yifei secretly warned himself. Then, Yifei gloomily discovered that he had no idea what preparations he should make to face the heavenly tribulation. It seems like I'll have to ask the 3 deans when I return to the Saint Academy. There are at least 80 martial emperors undergoing the tribulation in the Saint Academy. They must have left a lot of experience behind. Yifei made up his mind. Chapter 12:07 Bloodsea Forest Boom. In the Devil Insect Abyss, large groups of devil insects were frightened and rushed out of their nests, forming a black cloud that completely covered the bottom of the abyss. Their senses were very sharp. They sensed that the immortal crystal chi at the bottom of the abyss was quickly disappearing. Some of the bolder devil insects began to probe and crawl down bit by bit. The devil bugs are coming down. It seems that this immortal crystal vein is completely abandoned. Yifei had just finished his cultivation. It was much more difficult for an ancient martial saint to break through than an ordinary heaven-connecting realm. If I was in the heaven-connecting realm, this immortal crystal vein would be enough for me to break through 3 levels. But for an ancient martial saint, I can only break through 1 level. Of course, the benefits of being an ancient martial god were obvious. Not only could it allow Yifei to accumulate more quintessential essence at the same cultivation level, but it could also allow him to accumulate more quintessential essence. When facing the heavenly tribulation, he would have a stronger recovery ability. If the current martial saints have less than 1% chance of surviving the heavenly tribulation, then the ancient martial saints have less than 1% chance of surviving. In other words, only 1 out of 100 heaven-connecting realm martial saints had a chance of surviving the heavenly tribulation. But for an ancient martial saint, the chance was 1 in 10. The difference was 10 times. This was not even taking into account the ancient martial saint's great battle strength after reaching the true realm. The only thing that made Yifei unhappy was that he could have broken through to the peak of the 7th level of the martial saint realm. But in the end, a certain tortoise took advantage of the time when he was cultivating and continuously attacked him, biting him here and there. Yifei was speechless when he found that a quarter of the immortal crystal vein he was cultivating had been eaten by a certain tortoise. The worst thing was that the dragon tortoise hid in the beastmark space after eating and refused to come out. So Yifei could not vent his anger, even if he wanted to. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The abnormality in the sky above the abyss finally caught Yifei's attention. Without the immortal crystal vein, the devil bugs in the abyss were no longer suppressed. Smelling the strong smell of blood on Yifei's body, the devil bugs rushed towards Yifei with a terrifying black storm. Obviously, they had already taken Yifei as their prey. These demonic bugs want to eat me? A smile appeared at the corner of Yifei's mouth. Then, the resplendent purple gold Tai Chi quickly surrounded him. The demonic bugs immediately reacted. Hundreds and thousands of demonic bugs formed black arrowheads. Like black venomous snakes, they opened their mouths and swallowed Yifei. Bang! In the next moment, these black arrowheads suddenly exploded, and a huge hole appeared in the black storm. Blurry light shone from above the abyss, illuminating the bottom of the abyss. The sun is out. I should leave this place and search for Senior Brother Zhao's whereabouts. Yifei faced the rising sun and quickly rushed up the chasm. Around him were countless demonic insects that emitted crunching sounds. But no matter how sharp their teeth were, they were unable to penetrate the perfect defense of the purple gold taiji for a short period of time. 2 hours later, Yifei finally charged out of the terrifying devil bug abyss. He spread out the map he had taken from the blood protector and identified the direction. The Bloodsea Forest is to the east. Rumble. The air rumbled continuously, and a strong wind blew from the ground. Smoke and dust rose from the black desert. This was the sound of a strong physical body breaking through the limits of space. The seventh floor's battle demon path is indeed tyrannical. Now, my physical body might be as tough as a quasi-emperor artifact. Traveling was very boring. Yi Fei took out the Devourer's spirit sword and slashed at his arm. There was a loud clang. When the sharp Devourer's spirit sword landed on his arm, it actually produced a string of sparks. I can't help it. My physical body is too strong. Yi Fei's face revealed a lonely and invincible sigh. 3 days later, his sigh turned into shock. A huge ocean appeared in front of him. From afar, the Red Sea looked like blood. There were many islands of white bones in the sea. They were actually the corpses of ancient vicious beasts. They were stacked, and petrified, forming strange islands. This was clearly man-made. Corpses turned to earth, blood turned to sea. Without a great ability, it's impossible to create such a spectacle. There's a city in front. At the edge of the Blood Sea, Yi Fei found a special city wall made of red sky. This city wall was very old and had been through countless years. No one knew how this city wall was built, but it was the only way to enter the Blood Sea forest. This city wall, without a doubt, it became the best gathering place for evil spirits. There was a gap of 7 to 8 meters, and evil spirits were constantly entering and exiting. Yi Fei decided to go over and take a look. At the same time, he also wanted to know more about Zhao Qianjun. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from behind him, as well as miserable screams. Looking back, it turned out to be a huge azure flying boat. On the flying boat, there were dozens of young people in armor. They had cold expressions and were controlling the flying boat at the same time. An old flying evil spirit couldn't dodge in time and was crushed by the flying boat. The sky was dyed red with blood. Oh no, get out of the way. It's the Divine Martial Academy's reinforcements. They came so quickly. Nonsense, the Divine Martial Academy has a flying boat. So, of course, they came quickly. I'm afraid the Evil Sword Saint won't be able to hold on for long this time. The Divine Martial Academy is too arrogant. They killed someone and didn't even look at it. There were also young evil spirits who expressed their dissatisfaction. But most of the evil spirits were used to it. The Dragon Head world was a killing field. Killing was the only order here. When the flying boat of the Divine Martial Academy approached the city wall, it stopped. It didn't enter the Blood Sea. A group of young people in armor got off the flying boat with arrogant faces. Seeing them, Yi Fei's heart moved. Since the Divine Martial Academy can come here, then the disciples of the other academies can also come here to train. He quietly went in, wanting to see what the disciples of the Divine Martial Sacred Academy were doing here. Many powerful evil spirits also went over. They shouted loudly, "Divine Martial Academy, what are you doing? This is the Dragon Head world, the Blood Sea. It's not a place where you can behave atrociously." Hearing this, the leader of the green-armored man frowned, but he still politely cupped his hands to the powerful evil demons and said, "Everyone, don't worry. We are not here to be enemies with the Dragon Head realm, but to capture the Evil Sword Saint, that great demon. Please make it convenient for us. Those who provide clues will be rewarded with 100,000 spiritual stones. Those who are willing to help us encircle this demon will be rewarded with 200,000 spiritual stones each." Ha! 200,000 spiritual stones. You want us to kill each other? Do you think we're beggars? Some evil spirits disdain this. Chapter 1208. Sword not disadvantageous. Your mission is simple. Just cooperate with us and stop the Evil Sword Saint. As long as he can't run away, we'll have a way to capture him. After that, each of you will get 200 spirit stones. We'll keep our word. Whoosh! The azure-armored man ordered people to carry out dozens of large boxes filled with spirit stones. Many of the demons' eyes turned bloodshot. Damn it! If the Divine Martial Sacred Academy didn't send so many people this time, I would have killed them all and taken their spirit stones. Sigh. Forget about the treasure. The Divine Martial Sacred Academy is like the sun in the sky. We won't have a life to spend it. We're not the Evil Sword Saint. Let's get 200,000 first. The two demons stood beside Yi Fei and whispered to each other. They decided to cooperate with the Divine Martial Sacred Academy. Yi Fei asked around and understood that Zhao Qianjun must have stolen something from the Divine Martial Sacred Academy. The Divine Martial Sacred Academy didn't hesitate to block Zhao Qianjun in the Blood Sea Forest. They wanted to capture Zhao Qianjun to vent their anger. However, this is a good chance for me to find senior brother Zhao. It'll be much easier to follow them. So Yi Fei followed the two demons to the Divine Martial Sacred Academy to sign up. The Azure Armored Man didn't refuse anyone. Soon, he gathered more than 100 evil spirits, including Yi Fei. Then, he led everyone to a certain direction in the depths of the Blood Sea at his fastest speed. Everyone, hurry up. According to the news, the evil sword saint has been surrounded by us on the White Bone Island. If he breaks out, it'll be difficult to catch him. The Green Armored Man urged them on. The evil demons on the road also responded with ghostly wails and howls, showing great enthusiasm. Yi Fei was bewildered. He chased after a fiend and asked in a low voice, "Brother, aren't we fiends enemies with the Sacred Institute? Why is everyone so active when the Sacred Institute is dealing with the Fiend Sword Saint?" The nefarious devil was naturally wary of Yi Fei's attempt to strike up a conversation. However, after Yi Fei casually tossed out a handful of spirit stones, the nefarious devil beamed with joy and told him everything it knew. "Brother, are you new here? The reason why we're so active is not to help the Holy Court, but to get the evil demon sword saint's head, which is worth 50 billion spirit stones. Otherwise, we would have robbed these bastards long ago. Why would we risk our lives for them?" Only then did Yi Fei realize that the demons all had their own ulterior motives. They were all after Zhao Qianjun's bounty. Furthermore, the Azure Armored Man had clearly stated that they were only responsible for capturing Zhao Qianjun. They had no interest in Zhao Qianjun's head. This greatly reduced the hostility of the demons towards them. For the sake of the spirit stones, the two sides temporarily maintained an alliance. However, this alliance was very fragile. That was especially true when they saw corpses along the way. They were all corpses of wretched devils. Some of them were complete, while others had been gnawed into skeletons by the devilish beasts in the Blood Sea. The expressions of the demons turned solemn. Many people gathered together and muttered, "Was it worth it to fight against a half-martial emperor for 200,000 spirit stones? Damn, that evil demon sword saint. There are so many demons, but we still can't catch him. Even the disciples of our holy court have been injured." The team continued to move forward. The Azure Armored Man in the lead suddenly cursed angrily. They found the remains of two disciples of the holy court on the reef in front of them. Looking at their clothes, Yi Fei was surprised to find that these two corpses should belong to the disciples of the Holy Court. However, unlike the decline of the Holy Court, there were nearly 10,000 disciples of the Holy Court in the Holy Court. There were more than 1,000 disciples of the Holy Court in the Holy Court. Some of them were even as strong as the Holy Son of the Holy Court. Therefore, the death of a few ordinary disciples of the Holy Court didn't scare the Azure Armored Man, but it made them speed up their pace. "Hurry up. The two junior brothers just died not long ago. The evil demon sword saint must be in front." Boom! The calm Blood Sea in the distance suddenly surged with raging waves. It was as if a curtain of blood had covered the sky. The faces of many evil demons became aghast. The Azure Armored Man was overjoyed. That evil sword saint is just ahead. He must be surrounded by the other senior brothers. Send the signal. Everyone, join the battle. We must stop him. Bang! A 7-colored divine dragon flame rushed into the sky. That was the signal for the disciples of the Holy Court to communicate with each other. Then, from 3 directions in the distance, divine dragon flames rose into the sky at the same time. In the distance, a loud sound wave shattered the sea of blood and transmitted over. "Evil demon sword saint, where are you going? This is your last chance. Hand over the bronze key, and we'll let you go." "Bullshit. I snatched it with my own strength. Why should I hand it over?" Sword light rushed into the sky, and demons rampaged. Zhao Qianjun with one sword, broke the sea of blood and fought hundreds of demons. One by one, the demons became the souls of the dead under his sword. Then, they were ruthlessly devoured and turned into endless evil qi and demon qi to strengthen Zhao Qianjun's strength. Hundreds of martial saints chased after Zhao Qianjun for several months, but they still couldn't stop him. The leading white-robed disciple was furious. He held a battle axe and fought with Zhao Qianjun. The huge waves of the sea of blood were shattered by his battle axe. Then the waves of blood formed into even more blood axes, which slashed down toward Zhao Qianjun. The surrounding wretch devils were also very fierce. Not only were they here to take advantage of Zhao Qianjun, but they were also here to take his head, as well as the 50 billion spirit stones reward. Kill. Reinforcements have arrived. Evil demon sword saint, you can't escape today. As the azure-armored man arrived with a large group of demons, the morale of the holy court's side was greatly boosted. Zhao Qianjun's face turned ugly. He said angrily, "My sword is not sharp enough. What should I do?" The answer is, kill millions of enemies, and my sword is sharp. Rumble. The demon's sword swept across the sky, and the demons collapsed. Zhao Qianjun, with one sword, killed the demons and forced his way out of the encirclement. Then, he broke out of the encirclement and rushed toward the azure-armored man. Kill him. We only want his treasures. You could divide his head equally. The azure-armored man boosted the morale of the demons again. His words made the eyes of the demons, who were afraid of the evil demon sword saint, turn red again. There were already half-emperor demons who rushed out of the group. Then, hundreds of demons also shouted and rushed forward. My sword is not sharp enough. It wasn't the sword that was disadvantageous, but the human heart was disadvantageous. If the heart is sharp, the sword will be sharp. If the heart is strong, the sword will be strong. If the sword is strong, the sword will be sharp. Kill. Yi Fei also rushed forward. However, he didn't rush toward Zhao Qianjun. Instead, he rushed toward the demons who were besieging Zhao Qianjun. Endless sword fire filled the sky, and like a rainstorm, it smashed down on the surrounding demons. Zhao Qianjun was shocked. He couldn't help but open his eyes wide. He looked at the young man in the distance and said, "You dare to come with so many strong enemies around you." Chapter 1209. Fiendish Demon War. Yi Fei, I was only joking when I called you my junior brother back then. But for that joke, you actually charged into a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. Zhao Qianjun had a complicated look in his eyes. He was a wretched devil and had committed countless murders. He had already prepared himself to walk alone for the rest of his life, shouldering his evil reputation. He had never imagined that when he was in danger, there would be someone who would step forward and fight alongside him. Senior brother, to you, what you said back then was just a joke. But to me, without the spirit-devouring sword that you gave me, I wouldn't be where I am today. Now that senior brother is in trouble, I will go through fire and water for you. Yi Fei's words were firm. He was like his sword. So what if there were thousands of fiendish demons? So what if they were from the divine martial sacred academy? Since Zhao Qianjun had done him a favor, he wouldn't hesitate to stand up for him. Junior brother. Zhao Qianjun was moved, but then he calmed himself down and bowed to Yi Fei. From now on, he truly recognized this junior brother. Senior brother. Yi Fei said respectfully. This was the first time he had met Zhao Qianjun, but he wasn't unfamiliar with Zhao Qianjun. This was a true man. Even if he was a fiendish demon, he was worth befriending. As Yi Fei suddenly appeared and stood on the fiendish sword saint's side, many fiendish demons didn't know what to do. They all turned to look at the white-robed youth with the axe. This youth was called Bai Chun, and he was a heaven-ranked disciple of the Divine Martial Sacred Academy. This time, Bai Chun was the leader of the hunt for the fiendish sword saint. Bai Chun was shocked to see that Zhao Qianjun, who had always been alone, had a companion. But when he heard Yi Fei's name, he was shocked. Yi Fei, the one who was abandoned by the heavens and joined the Divine Martial Sacred Academy as the first on the heaven ranking? Whoosh! Many fiendish demons were shocked. The first on the heaven ranking? The one who was abandoned by the heavens? Why is this kid wearing the blood demon's sex uniform? Many fiendish demons quickly realized that Yi Fei was deliberately disguising himself so that he could sneak into their group and find the fiendish sword saint. Yi Fei, you're cunning. As a disciple of the Sacred Academy, you're the shame of the 4 sacred academies. The green-armored man was incomparably furious. Previously, Yi Fei had snuck in his group and found this place. Naturally, he could not tolerate it. At this moment, without saying anything, he first pinned the hat of colluding with evil spirits on Yi Fei. Hearing this, Yi Fei only sneered. What is an evil demon? A god is. If one's heart is not evil, even a devil is a Buddha. It's better for me to work with the true evil demons than for you to bribe these fake evil demons. In my opinion, you are more of a disgrace to the Sacred Institute. Shut. Bai Chun was so infuriated that the battle axe in his hand emitted a dazzling, cold light. He pushed the edge of the axe toward Yi Fei and said coldly, Yi Fei, back off quickly. If you dare interfere in this matter, I will take your life, even if you join the real martial Sacred Academy. Senior Brother Bai, you can't let Yi Fei go. His head is worth 100 billion spiritual stones. Let me, Li Qingyi, kill him and eliminate this traitor of the Sacred Academy who colluded with the fiendish sword saint. Li Qingyi said righteously. She wasn't satisfied after accusing Yi Fei of colluding with the fiendish sword saint. She wanted to kill Yi Fei and take Yi Fei's head to the Baili Empire to claim the reward. What? This kid's head is worth 100 billion? The fiendish demons were shocked. They looked at Yi Fei in disbelief. They couldn't understand who was crazy enough to offer such a high reward for a martial saint of the 6th level. Junior brother, who did you kill? Why is his head so valuable? It took me a lot of effort to kill the son of a half-monarch clan, but I only received 50 billion spiritual stones. Zhao Qianjun felt troubled. As the senior brother, he was inferior to his junior brother. Senior brother, I didn't do anything. I only killed 5 of the 6 martial emperors at the ancient god burial ground. I don't know why, but someone is jealous of me. Yi Fei was speechless and felt wronged. The fiendish demons felt a chill running down their spines after hearing this. This kid had killed 5 of the 6 martial emperors. This junior brother of the fiendish sword saint was quite terrifying. Shut up. Since Yi Fei is so stubborn and colluded with the fiendish sword saint, let's kill him and the fiendish sword saint too. We don't want their heads. A cold grin flickered across Bai Chen's face. Yi Fei and Zhao Qianjun dared to ignore them when they were surrounded by enemies. They were obviously looking down on Bai Chun and the Divine Martial Sacred Institute. Bai Chun could no longer hold it in. He immediately thought of a vicious plan to deal with Yi Fei. After hearing the vicious plan, the fiendish demons who were hesitating a moment ago were enraged. 50 billion spiritual stones was enough for a few hundred fiendish demons to take the risk and attack Zhao Qianjun. Now that Yi Fei had a bounty of 100 billion on his head, it was enough to drive the fiendish demons crazy. As soon as Bai Chen finished speaking, 2/3 of the fiendish demons lunged toward Yi Fei. It was obvious that they thought Yi Fei's cultivation was low and that he was a pushover. Zhao Qianjun's friendly gaze instantly turned sinister. He pulled Yi Fei to his side and said, Junior brother, stand behind me. As long as I'm still alive, no one can hurt you. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. They're just a bunch of weaklings. Please hold the line for me. Since they're willing to be the Divine Martial Sacred Institute's lackeys, they can't blame me for being ruthless. Boom! Yi Fei swung the soul-devouring sword and took a step forward. A purple-golden sword light lit up the sky and shattered 2 fiendish demons who were approaching him. Taiji Yinyang's sword. Rumble. The sword light changed direction and a huge Taiji sword diagram suddenly filled the sky. Under the coverage of the Taiji sword diagram, the fiendish demons were crushed into pieces by the sword light. Broken limbs and remains were everywhere. The bloody mist created by the fiendish demons turned the sea of blood red. Yi Fei had killed more than 10 fiendish demons with a single slash. Impossible. He's only at the 6th level of the martial saint realm. How could he kill so many of us with a single slash? Not to mention the fiendish demons. Even Zhao Qianjun opened his mouth in shock. What kind of junior brother did he befriend? Kill. We'll hold him back. The rest of you, turn him into pieces. The fiendish demons didn't give up. When Yi Fei had used up all his strength and couldn't make a second slash, all the half-emperors hiding in the crowd rushed toward Yi Fei. All kinds of vicious techniques were thrown toward Yi Fei without any regard for their lives. The other demons also seized this opportunity and joined forces, which was rare for them to do. All kinds of vicious martial arts caused the sun and moon to dim. There was only rolling demonic aura with a destructive aura, which completely drowned Yi Fei. However, before the demons could rejoice, something happened. Rumble. Suddenly, a purple gold taiji ball shot out from the submerged world like a shooting star. Yi Fei held the devouring spirit sword in his hand and fiercely aimed at the nearest demonic emperor. No, it's impossible. His defense actually blocked all of our attacks. Chapter 12:10. Uncanny workmanship. A demi-emperor is dead, and he was killed by a single slash? Boom! Following the death of the half-sovereign, many of the evil demons who had been aggressively preparing to attack Yi Fei were scared out of their wits. Bai Chun and Li Qingyi were livid with anger. They had wanted to use the demons to kill Yi Fei and then gather the strength of the Shenwu Sacred Academy to kill Zhao Qianjun. However, Yi Fei's strength had exceeded their expectations. Bai Chen quickly changed his mind. He no longer charged at Zhao Qianjun. Instead, he pushed his axe towards Yi Fei. Li Qingyi, you guys go deal with Zhao Qianjun. Leave this person to me. Yi Fei, remember, the person who killed you is called Bai Chun. Bai Chun, you came at the right time. I want to see what the heaven-ranked disciples of the Shenwu Sacred Academy are capable of. How dare they boast like this? Puff! Another demi-emperor's head was chopped off. There weren't many demi-emperors in the first place. They were scared out of their wits by Yi Fei. They no longer surrounded Yi Fei. Instead, they subconsciously distanced themselves from Yi Fei. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Fei charged towards Bai Chun with lightning speed. All of you deserve to die. Bai Chun was enraged. The axe in his hand began to flash with a terrifying cold light. Then it turned into a terrifying iceberg axe and smashed towards Yi Fei with a rumbling sound. Giant axe cleaving the sky. The axe was too terrifying. As it fell, the sky began to collapse. Layers of destructive ripples appeared. Sensing the power of the axe, Yi Fei didn't hold back. He stabbed out with his sword. Surging sword chi formed a purple-gold river. It collided heavily with Bai Chen's axe. Bam! The axe and sword river shattered at the same time. Bai Chen's face was filled with shock. His body was actually shaken by Yi Fei's sword light. Yi Fei was even more unlucky. His cultivation realm was lower than Bai Chen's, and his battle prowess was also inferior. It must be known that anyone who could become a heaven-ranked disciple would be able to fight someone 7 ranks higher than them. Unless Yi Fei could fuse the power of despair for the 4th time, Bai Chun would still be stronger in a head-on battle. However, although I can't fight someone 7 levels higher than me, the 7th level of the Battle Demon Path has made my body extremely tough. Overall, I'm not at a disadvantage. Through this competition, Yi Fei finally found out the difference between him and a heaven-ranked disciple. First, it was realm, and second, it was combat strength. Of course, Yi Fei wasn't discouraged because he hadn't used his full strength just now. White Dust's axe was also just a probing attack. We saw that Yi Fei was actually able to block his axe. Bai Chen's expression turned serious. I didn't think that a genius like you would appear in the true Martial Sacred Academy after so many years of decline. However, I won't give you a chance to grow. Don't worry, I won't give you a chance either. Yi Fei took 7 steps back and then stopped to dissolve the last of the force. He raised the Devourer's sword and charged at Bai Chun. Uncanny craftsmanship. Bai Chun gripped the handle of his axe with both hands, and his entire body suddenly became abnormally large. He was like a giant holding his axe, and with a power that could shatter heaven and earth, he viciously chopped down at Yi Fei. Clang! Yi Fei stabbed at the sky with his sword, but he realized that the axe had become extremely heavy. It was as if he wasn't stabbing at the axe, but the world itself. Junior brother, be careful. That's the Divine Martial Sacred Academy's ultimate technique, uncanny craftsmanship. Zhao Qianjun yelled anxiously from afar, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the roars of the demons. So what if he knows? Before the ultimate technique of the Sacred Academy, the first on the sky ranking will still die. Bai Chen's face was filled with murderous intent. The muscles in his hands twisted like steel. The axe in his hands had become a sky axe. Changing the world, uncanny craftsmanship. However, Bai Chun still felt that this wasn't enough. In order to kill Yi Fei and kill the potential genius of the true martial sacred academy, Bai Chun didn't hesitate and released his own ultimacy. Yi Fei, I'll let you know before you die how big the gap between you and the true martial sacred academy is. Boom, boom, boom. Beams of ultimacy appeared on Bai Chen's body. Axe ultimacy, strength ultimacy, metal ultimacy, space rend ultimacy. 7 beams of light appeared on Bai Chen's body. Then, they turned into 7 special symbols and merged with the axe, increasing its power. 7 ultimacies? Yi Fei's eyelids twitched. The heaven-ranked disciples of the Divine Martial Sacred Academy were indeed extremely powerful. Unfortunately, this person had encountered his own territory. Kill. Tai Chi territory. Tai Chi, Yin, and Yang sword. Sword Qi whistled in Yi Fei's hand. The rolling sword Qi formed 2 sword rivers, one black and one white. Then, the sword rivers merged and formed a purple-gold Tai Chi sword diagram that slashed at the axe. Even though Bai Chen's ultimacy was strong enough to crush Yi Fei, as long as Bai Chun couldn't merge his ultimacy into a territory, he wouldn't be a match for the Tai Chi territory, no matter how many ultimacies he had. Bang! The huge Tai Chi sword diagram slashed at the axe. The seemingly powerful, uncanny craftsmanship instantly shattered like ice crystals. However, Yi Fei's Tai Chi sword diagram continued forward. This is impossible. This can't be real. He's a person abandoned by the heavens. How can he have a territory before me? Bai Chun roared. He was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. He didn't know what kind of territory Yi Fei had, but he was terrified of the power that only a territory could have. As he roared, Bai Chun hurriedly used all his strength. He unleashed all his quintessential yuan and merged it into the battle axe in his hand. Then, he threw it forward with all his might. Boom! The battle axe suddenly self-destructed. The violent explosion blasted the void into mush. However, what shocked Bai Chun was that the self-destruction of his pseudo-thearch weapon couldn't completely destroy the Tai Chi sword diagram before him. The power of a territory is actually so terrifying. Puffed. The Tai Chi sword diagram brushed past Bai Chen's waist and flew into the distant sky. Bai Chun could already feel the intense pain in his body. Everything below his waist had been blasted to smithereens by the power of the territory. The intense pain made Bai Chun cry out miserably like a ghost. Yi Fei felt that it was a pity. The self-destruction of the pseudo-thearch weapon had weakened the Tai Chi sword diagram to a certain extent. Otherwise, his sword wouldn't have just sliced Bai Chun in half. It would have killed him instantly. Yi Fei, you and I can't live under the same sky. Half of Bai Chen's body had been sliced in half and torn to pieces by the sword Qi. Even his balls had been blown up. Bai Chun was instantly devastated. He was so angry that he spat out more than a dozen mouthfuls of black blood. However, he didn't rush forward to seek revenge. Instead, he left the battlefield as fast as he could with fear and hatred and fled into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Yi Fei's gaze turned cold. He remembered the third dean's advice. in the Dragon Head realm. Being merciful to one's enemy was being cruel to one's enemy. He prepared to rush forward and finish off Bai Chun with his sword. At this moment, Zhao Qianjun suddenly shouted from afar, "Junior brother, don't chase. PFFF." Chapter 12:11. Invincible. There were so many demons and the disciples of the divine martial sacred academy. No matter how strong Zhao Qianjun was, he couldn't fight against hundreds of people, especially when there were demonic emperors among them. Li Qingyi herself was also a demonic emperor. The sword light dimmed completely. Only Zhao Qianjun's eyes were still glowing. He was a man who didn't want to admit defeat. He would rather die than lower his head. Die. The dim sword light suddenly became bright again. Zhao Qianjun seemed to have regained his consciousness before death. He slashed out a demonic sword attack. That sword attack pierced through one of the half-martial emperors who had been famous for a long time. The sharp sword light then exploded the half-martial emperor into pieces. "Sky-burning sword!" Zhao Qianjun shouted. At that moment, he used the sky-burning sword that Yi Fei was very familiar with. However, Zhao Qianjun's sky-burning sword had broken through the limit. What appeared in the sky wasn't sword fire, but a terrifying demonic fire meteor. Countless demons were burned by the demonic fire meteor. Then, Zhao Qianjun used the devouring demonic skill to devour the demonic qi of the demons. It formed a black demonic qi ball and blocked the joint attack of the disciples of the divine martial sacred academy. But that was all. Originally, Zhao Qianjun was already injured. For him to be able to fight for several months without dying was already very terrifying. However, even a terrifying person would be exhausted. The current Zhao Qianjun was undoubtedly at the limit of his limits. The reason why he could still fight was because of Zhao Qianjun's beast-like willpower. Cornered beasts will still fight. Killing one is enough. Killing two is worth it. So what if they're demons? If I go crazy, even I'm afraid of myself. Zhao Qianjun coughed up blood, but he smiled from the bottom of his heart. That smile made the demons tremble. Li Qingyi and the disciples of the divine martial sacred academy shudder. Then a figure landed next to Zhao Qianjun again. "Brother, go back and heal yourself. Only I, Yi Fei, am still alive. Nobody can get past me and attack you." The sword soared into the clouds, its power capable of swallowing the heavens. Yi Fei brandished the devouring spirit sword and attacked the demons who refused to retreat. The purplish-gold sword light was like a rainbow that crossed the sky. Then, large amounts of flesh and blood scattered in the sky. "Kill!" Yi Fei slashed his sword at one of the half-step sovereigns. Sword light transformed into a purple-gold sword mountain that crushed the half-step sovereign to dust. "Heaven-burning sword, void sword, fire!" Yi Fei roared again. His voice was like thunder, tearing apart the heavens. 8 terrifying sword-shaped voids appeared, and boundless sword fire spread out in all directions. The dozen or so evil devils that had surrounded Zhao Qianjun and refused to retreat immediately screamed miserably as their corpses were reduced to charcoal. No one was a match for Yi Fei's sword. Once his domain appeared, Yi Fei was invincible. The remaining demons were like mice meeting a cat. They instantly crumbled. The demons no longer dared to surround Zhao Qianjun. Li Qingyi, who was commanding the demons to attack, was shocked to find that Bai Chun had actually been defeated. He had fled alone in fear without notifying them. "Bai Chun, you bastard! Why didn't you inform us that you were fleeing?" Li Qingyi was furious. Bai Chun's action was clearly to use them as cannon fodder and give him a chance to escape. In front of the domain, even someone as proud as Li Qingyi couldn't help but tremble. Before Yi Fei could kill the demons and charge at him, Li Qingyi led the disciples of the Shenwu Sacred Academy and fled. One by one, they fled faster than rabbits. In the end, only a group of demons was left. They were dumbfounded and resentful as they stood rooted to the ground. Then they cursed. "How can the Shenwu Sacred Academy be so shameless? They want to use us as cannon fodder to buy time for them to escape. Demon Sword Saint, "Young Master Yi, I can explain this matter to you." An old demon saw that the situation was not good and tried to change sides. But Yi Fei's sword was too fast. Before the old demon could finish speaking, the long river of swords had already destroyed the old demon. Then, Yi Fei stopped and frowned in confusion. "What did that demon say just now? I killed too smoothly and didn't pay attention." Boom! These words unintentionally stirred up a hornet's nest. The demon that Yi Fei had just killed was another half-emperor demon. In the end, he was killed in front of Yi Fei before he could finish speaking. Fear and shock appeared in the hearts of all the demons who were still alive. "Demon, this Yi Fei is the real demon. Mom, I have to turn over a new leaf. It's too dangerous to be a demon. Demon King, he's the king of demons. Li Qingyi, you'll die a horrible death. How dare you use us as cannon fodder to deal with such a terrifying demon king?" The devil horde retreated. In their eyes, Yi Fei was a murderous devil king, even more terrifying than the devil horde. None of the devil horde dared to think they were lucky. They were all cursing, roaring, and terrified. Hundreds of devil horde were actually scared out of their wits by a single person. They fled in panic. It's not that they aren't strong enough. It's that the power of the realm is too terrifying. Even if I'm in my peak condition, I wouldn't be able to block Junior Brother's sword. Zhao Qianjun looked up at the sky and sighed. What kind of crazy Junior Brother did he unintentionally find? Then, heavy coughs came from Zhao Qianjun's chest. Hearing this, Yi Fei forced himself to restrain his killing intent. He quickly came to Zhao Qianjun's side. "Senior Brother Zhao, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I was just shocked by you." Zhao Qianjun was seriously injured, but he didn't forget to be depressed. Regarding this, Yi Fei didn't know what to say. "Senior Brother, this wasn't my intention." Yi Fei was embarrassed, but he couldn't help it. It wasn't his fault that he was too strong. "Don't be so smug. If I wasn't injured, I wouldn't have let you be in the limelight." Zhao Qianjun scolded with a smile. This evil sword saint's temper was so unpredictable. "Junior Brother, let's leave quickly. Those that we killed just now were all useless. The stronger ones are yet to come. The one who injured me is also a genius from the Divine Martial Sacred Academy. His realm is even stronger than yours." Zhao Qianjun urged. The demons had retreated. He didn't need to suppress his injuries anymore. When he retracted his sword light, he was so weak that he was about to fall into the blood sea. "Senior Brother, don't worry. I'll bring you out of the blood sea now." Yi Fei jumped in fright. Only after inspecting him did he discover that Zhao Qianjun's injuries were extremely serious. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. But even so, Zhao Qianjun had still been able to endure for several months under the encirclement of over 100 evil cultivators. This showed how powerful Zhao Qianjun was when he was in his peak condition. Don't leave the blood sea. There's only one exit. There must be a lot of soldiers there," Zhao Qianjun reminded weakly. Chapter 12:12. Jean Pub Bai. Since we can't leave the blood sea, it's the same for us to escape into the depths of the blood sea. Yi Fei supported Zhao Qianjun and quickly rushed into the depths of the blood sea. At the same time, he secretly instructed Xiao Chao to pay more attention to the nearby islands for any dangers or places with more spiritual energy. After all, Zhao Qianjun's injuries were very serious. Healing him required sufficient spiritual energy. Xiao Chao didn't disappoint Yi Fei. She opened her heaven and earth spiritual eye and quickly found a large forest with abundant spiritual energy in the vast blood sea. However, this forest was filled with blood trees and evil trees. It looked very strange. When Yi Fei tried to land in this strange forest, the evil trees extended all kinds of strange branches and whipped at Yi Fei. "Junior Brother, be careful. These are soul-searching evil trees. Their branches can extract your soul, making it impossible for you to guard against them." Although Zhao Qianjun was injured, his eyesight was still there. He seemed to be very familiar with the blood sea. Upon hearing Zhao Qianjun's warning, Yi Fei hurriedly released his telekinesis to firmly protect his soul from the evil tree's attacks. At the same time, streaks of nether flame sword fire blasted towards the forest in front of him. Rumble, what was afraid of fire? Under the assault of the nether flame sword fire, the evil trees started to emit human sounds and shriek loudly. Oh my God, someone is coming up. Food is coming to our door. They are all very powerful martialists. Everyone come out and snatch the food. 1,000 ghosts cry, 1,000 ghosts laugh. There's a temple in the Blood Sea forest. Finally, these evil trees started to sing a strange song and dance. Their faces looked like they were crying and laughing at the same time. They pulled out their roots and rushed into the forest in groups. Inside, the auras of many powerful demonic beasts could be felt. Clearly, after realizing that they couldn't deal with Yi Fei on their own, the evil trees actually sought help. Junior brother, the evil trees in the Blood Sea are very strange. It's best not to provoke them. If you encounter any danger, don't worry about me and leave quickly. Zhao Qianjun knew his own condition. Right now, he was a burden to Yi Fei. According to the rules of the evil demons, they would not treat their heavily injured companions. If they were kind, they would abandon them on the spot. If they were vicious, they would directly kill them and steal their treasures. Half of what Zhao Qianjun said was true, and the other half was to test Yi Fei. At this time, Yi Fei was still shocked by the group of evil trees that could talk. He did not hear Zhao Qianjun's suspicions. Even if he did, he would not care. After all, he chose to help Zhao Qianjun this time because he wanted to return the favor. He did not think too much. Senior brother, don't worry. Even if we encounter danger, as long as I still have a breath left, I will not give up on you. I believe that if I encounter danger, senior brother will definitely do the same. Knowing that Zhao Qianjun's injuries were serious, Yi Fei couldn't find another place. He grabbed Zhao Qianjun, turned into a meteor, and rushed into the forest in front of him. Roar! Boom! Yi Fei's intrusion immediately infuriated the magical beasts inside. Countless magical beasts had already taken Yi Fei as their prey and were trying to hunt him down. Against these magical beasts, Yi Fei did not even look at them. He threw the dragon turtle out on the spot. The dragon turtle, which had evolved from vicious beasts into vicious demons, mercilessly crushed these magical beasts on the spot. Zhao Qianjun was shocked once more. He didn't expect that Yi Fei would bring a ferocious beast with him. After that, he slowly nodded, knowing that Yi Fei was truly sincere in helping him. Although he was an evil devil, Zhao Qianjun still felt touched in his heart. I didn't recognize the wrong junior brother. A slaughter ensued. In the end, Yi Fei found a fossilized bone cave near the middle of the forest. This bone cave originally belonged to a powerful magical beast. However, that demonic beast had already become the target of the dragon turtle's barbecue. Not long after occupying the bone cave, the dragon turtle began to work hard outside, peeing everywhere to declare its ownership of the bone cave. Yi Fei was speechless about this. Zhao Qianjun also felt like he had seen a dog. Considering the severity of Zhao Qianjun's injuries, Yi Fei thought for a moment and took out all the remaining spirit stones he had. In any case, Little Grass had immortal crystals, so she probably wouldn't be interested in these spirit stones. Senior brother, take these and treat your injuries. The dragon turtle and I will stand guard outside for you. Yi Fei's actions were very casual, but when he saw Yi Fei take out more than 1 billion spirit stones without batting an eyelid, Zhao Qianjun felt even more touched. But he did not say anything and took all the spirit stones without holding back. The dragon turtle did not even have a chance to attack him. Zhao Qianjun had already walked quickly into the bone cave. Yi Fei, from today onwards, you are a true brother of Zhao Qianjun, a brother who will go through life and death together. When he entered the bone cave, Zhao Qianjun's heart gradually became firm. Although in Yi Fei's eyes, more than 1 billion spirit stones was just a small amount. However, in Zhao Qianjun's eyes, this was a favor that was greater than the heavens. Zhao Qianjun was the kind of person who would treat you 10 times better if you treated him twice as well. If you treated him twice as badly, he would treat you 100 times as badly. Without a doubt, Yi Fei's actions had gained Zhao Qianjuan's approval, so much so that he was willing to treat Yi Fei as a brother from now on. Meanwhile, at the place where Yi Fei had fought previously, a large ray of light flew over from afar like lightning. The leader was a man in golden armor. He was tall and sturdy and looked majestic without being angry. He gave people the feeling that he was a general on the battlefield. Behind him, a golden battle axe floated. The blade of the axe was like a crescent moon, shining with cold light. This person was called Jin Polai. He was the 9th heaven stage disciple in the Shenwu Sacred Academy. He was also a powerful son of heaven. As the strongest sacred academy in the central continent, the top 10 sons of heaven in the Shenwu Sacred Academy already had the strength of a saint of the true martial sacred academy. They all had domains, but the strength of each domain was different. Jin Polai was undoubtedly a powerful son of heaven with a domain. He was also the main force in hunting down Zhao Qianjun this time. However, Zhao Qianjun was too cunning. Before Yi Fei came, Jin Polai had fought with Zhao Qianjun once. At that time, Zhao Qianjun was seriously injured and faked his defeat. He even threw something extremely important to Jin Polai into the Blood Sea, forcing Jin Polai to rush into the Blood Sea to retrieve it. He missed the best opportunity to kill Zhao Qianjun. The second time, Li Qingyi and Bai Chun, 2 heaven stage disciples and hundreds of demons worked together, but Zhao Qianjun escaped again. There were even disciples of the declining true martial sacred academy involved. This immediately made Jin Polai's expression turn even more serious. Bai Chun, you said that Yi Fei once used a domain to hurt you. Can you tell what kind of domain he used? How many ultimacies did he use? Jin Polai stared at the battlefield. A strange divine light flashed in his eyes. Under the illumination of the divine light, the scenes of the battle between the two of them seemed to flow back in time, floating before his eyes. However, when he looked at Yi Fei, what flashed in Jin Polai's eyes was not an image, but a blurry purple gold light. Chapter 12:13. 9 Heaven's Divine Eyes. Senior Brother Jin, I don't know either. I've never seen or heard of that kind of domain before. Bai Chun felt wronged. It wasn't that he was ignorant, but that Tai Chi had never appeared in the Tianwu continent, let alone Yi Fei's Tai Chi domain. Bai Chun lost so miserably because he didn't know how strong it was. He felt so wronged. It was a good thing that he was a half-step emperor. Even if he lost half of his body, he would still be able to survive. However, his strength had already dropped to the lowest point. Even if he recovered the lower half of his body, he wouldn't be able to maintain his position as a heaven-class disciple. Although Jin Polai understood this point, when he thought about how Bai Chun had lost so miserably without even knowing what kind of domain his opponent was, a layer of frost appeared on his face. Trash. The true martial sacred academy has declined and is about to be removed from the academy. You actually lost, and to someone who was abandoned by the heavens. You're a disgrace to the divine martial sacred academy. Scram. Senior brother, I'll scram. I'll scram right now. Bai Chun didn't dare to hesitate. He actually used half of his body to roll in the sky. He didn't dare to disobey Jin Polai's orders. At the same time, he hated Yi Fei to death. If it wasn't for Yi Fei, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Senior brother Jin, I can scram. I can even die in front of you. I only beg you for one thing. You must not let Yi Fei go. Help me tear him into 1,000 pieces. Bai Chun screamed with a miserable expression. Next to him, Li Qingyi's face was also livid. She also said to Jin Polai, Senior brother Jin, it is said that all the emperors recruited by the Saint Academy this time were killed by Yi Fei. Even instructor Lu Ming was implicated and suffered a great crime. Now he is going against the Saint Academy. He is clearly seeking death. Humph. Even if you don't say anything about Yi Fei, I won't let him go. Our divine martial sacred academy won't allow a second genius to appear in the true martial sacred academy. Jin Polai's eyes turned cold. He knew that Yi Fei had joined the real martial sacred courtyard 2 years ago, and he already had a domain. This made Jin Pe Bai even more furious. Li Qingyi and Bai Chun were overjoyed. They hurriedly flattered, "With senior apprentice brother Jin's help, we will definitely be able to win the battle." Yi Fei was a cripple who was abandoned that day. He would definitely be scared to the point of kneeling and begging for mercy. It's just that the kid is with Zhao, Qianjun, and they have disappeared without a trace. The Blood Sea is so big. If they hide and don't come out, it will be very difficult for us to find them, Li Qingyi said worriedly. Bai Chen's face turned pale. Even the demons of the Dragon Head world did not know how big the Blood Sea was, let alone them. Trying to find two people in this vast sea of blood was undoubtedly like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Only Jin Pe Bai smiled confidently and shook his head in disdain. "No one can escape from me, Jin Pe Bai. In front of my 9 heavens' heavenly eyes, no matter how careful they are, they will still leave traces behind. As long as there are traces, they will not be able to escape from me." After saying this, Jin Pe Bai stopped talking. Layers of double pupils suddenly appeared in his eyes, followed by the 3rd pupil, the 4th pupil, the 5th pupil, the 6th pupil. The layers of light stacked together, allowing Jin Pe Bai's gaze to penetrate the space, allowing him to see tiny things that many martial emperors would not be able to see. "Over there, I saw a trace of blood left by Zhao Qianjun. It's on a very small speck of dust." Jin Pe Bai was extremely confident as he flew in that direction. Bai Chun and Li Qingyi prostrated themselves in admiration. "I've heard that Brother Jin has the extremely rare 9 heavens bloodline. This bloodline can allow Brother Jin to have the eyes of a deity. He can see things that ordinary people like us can't see. Haha, with Brother Jin's help this time, the evil demon sword saint is dead for sure. That Yi Fei is also in big trouble. Oomph. How dare he reject our divine martial sacred academy and join the true martial sacred academy? Shameless thing." The disciples of the divine martial sacred academy discussed excitedly as they followed behind Jin Pe Bai. Bai Chun was healing himself as he thought to himself, when he caught Yi Fei, he would definitely humiliate this person who had been abandoned by the heavens. He would also let him have a taste of what it was like to have his balls blown up. What a miserable experience. Achoo! Why am I sneezing all of a sudden? Who is this? Why is he always thinking about me? Yi Fei was very depressed. It had been 3 days, and he had sneezed 3 times in a row. Either someone was cursing him behind his back, or some kind of danger was approaching. This was called a sudden impulse. The stronger a cultivator was, the more likely they were to detect danger before it arrived. Sneezing could be a sign that danger was approaching. "Junior brother, we can't stay here any longer." In the bone cave, Zhao Qianjun walked out with a pale face. 3 days was far from enough for him to recover. Seeing Zhao Qianjun's appearance, Yi Fei shook his head firmly and said, "Senior brother, your injuries haven't healed yet. If you continue to travel, your injuries will worsen at any time." He had already heard that when Zhao Qianjun was fighting for some kind of treasure, he had been injured by a person called Jin Pe Bai who had used his uncanny realm to injure his soul. Furthermore, damage to the soul was no small matter. If it wasn't handled properly, it was possible to lose one's life. For Zhao Qianjun to be able to fight for several months without resting while his soul was damaged was already heaven-defying. Now that he had relaxed, Zhao Qianjun's injuries were also very serious. But hearing Yi Fei's words, Zhao Qianjun still insisted, "Junior brother, we can't stay here. Jin Pe Bai is the 9th son of heaven of the divine martial sacred academy. His strength alone is equivalent to the strength of the saint of the true martial sacred academy. What's even more terrifying is that he has a pair of very powerful 9 heavens eyes that can see through incomparably small things. It's said that when a piece of our dandruff falls to the ground, this person can see it clearly and then chase us all the way here. If I'm not wrong, Jin Pe Bai might already be on his way to kill us." To be able to make the fearless evil sword saint give such an evaluation, Yi Fei's expression also became serious. He understood that this Jin Po Bai was definitely a very difficult opponent. At the same time, he was also very puzzled. Senior brother, this Jin Po Bai is so powerful. Why are you still provoking him? Also, what exactly did you snatch that made the Divine Martial Sacred Academy go to such lengths to kill you? Zhao Qianjun smiled bitterly. Junior brother, I didn't snatch anything from the Divine Martial Sacred Academy. It was Jin Po Bai who snatched something from another disciple of the Sacred Academy. I found out and wanted to silence him. You know what kind of person I am. In a fit of anger, I snatched it back. Saying that, Zhao Qianjun took out a copper key. I originally wanted to go to the heavenly devil continent through the Dragon Head world to find the Devil Emperor. But halfway there, I snatched this hot thing. It seems that we won't be able to leave the Blood Sea for a while. What? Senior brother, you want to go to the heavenly devil continent to find the Devil Emperor? Yi Fei was shocked. That's right. In the Sky Martial continent, the Devil Dao is not flourishing. If I want to become a higher level evil devil, other than going to find the Devil Emperor, it will be very difficult for me to break through. Zhao Qianjun shook his head helplessly. Yi Fei almost jumped up and said loudly, Senior brother, I don't object to you going to find the Devil Emperor. But if you say that the Devil Dao is not flourishing in the Sky Martial continent, I don't dare to agree. Don't forget the evil Dao of the 6 sacred sects. You're also from the northern region. You can go to the 6 sacred sects and roam the evil Dao. Chapter 12:14. Copper Key, what? I have a daughter. Junior brother, you must be joking. Zhao Qianjun was very displeased. In this world, who did not know that the evil sword saint was a lone wolf? Moreover, he had suffered a serious emotional injury. Zhao Qianjun had already changed. He did not believe in any woman. How could he have a daughter? Yi Fei was not joking. Was he mocking him? If he had not already regarded Yi Fei as a life and death brother, with the temper of the evil sword saint, he would have drawn his sword on the spot. Senior brother, I'm not joking. You do have a daughter. Yi Fei was very helpless, hurriedly told Zhao Qianjun in detail about his encounter with Zhao Xinian in the Outer Sea. At the same time, he also used his essential yuan to condense the image of Zhao Xinian. His words were like a bolt from the blue. Zhao Qianjun's eyes widened as he stared at the condensed image, unable to come to his senses for a long time. But Zhao Qianjun did not doubt Yi Fei's words, because the image condensed by Yi Fei was too vivid. Zhao Xinian was a tough woman. In fact, she was like a mother. When she was not fighting, she was also a gentle and demure, beautiful girl. Most importantly, her appearance was like her mother, and her temperament and character were too similar to Zhao Qianjun. Looking at the image of Zhao Xinian, after the shock of becoming a father, Zhao Qianjun's face suddenly revealed an expression that seemed to be crying and laughing. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have left the Outer Sea. Shouldn't have left her. I've let Cece and her mother down. It's all my fault. After the joy of becoming a father, Zhao Qianjun fell into deep self-blame. Although Yi Fei did not understand the feelings of being a father, but he could understand the complex feelings and guilt in Zhao Qianjun's heart. He could only smile and comfort him. Senior brother Zhao Xinian told me that when sister-in-law was alive, she never blamed you. She knew that you had great ambitions, and she could not follow you, so she could only silently raise your child. Sigh, even so, I've let them down. No, I must find my daughter quickly. I'm willing to use my life to make it up to her. Yi Fei, quick, tell me more about Xinian. Zhao Qianjun urged. Senior brother, didn't I tell you just now? Then say it again, no, twice, forget it, or 3 times. It was rare for Zhao Qianjun to be a little hesitant. Yi Fei was suddenly speechless. Repeating it once is not enough. You actually want me to repeat it 3 times. I'm not a phonograph. Helpless, Zhao Qianjun, who wants to be a father, was too impatient. Without any other choice, Yi Fei could only repeat his encounter with Zhao Xinian. Fortunately, he did not have to repeat it a 3rd time. Boom! The ground of the island suddenly shook violently. The roars of magical beasts could be faintly heard from afar, as well as the shouts of the evil trees. Someone's here, someone's here, someone's here, someone who's not afraid of death. The temple is small, but the ghost's heart is big. The granny who cooks the soup is laughing. A large group of evil trees ran in from outside the island, and there were a few that almost broke into the bone cave. At the critical moment, the dragon turtle's pee was more effective. Sensing the aura of vicious beasts, the group of evil trees hesitated for a moment, then avoided the bone cave like the wind, continued to hum, and ran into the depths of the island. Those who block me will die. Zhao Qianjun, Yi Fei, I know you're hiding inside. Hand over the copper key. I, Jean Poli, can guarantee that you won't die. In the sky above the island, there suddenly appeared a huge axe shadow. It was the unique skill of the Shenwu Sacred Academy, the uncanny workmanship. But the power of the uncanny workmanship displayed by Jean Poli was very terrifying. The magical beasts that had caused a lot of trouble to Yi Fei were shattered like tofu under the axe shadow. The roaring of the magical beasts stopped abruptly. Only the sound of trees collapsing could be heard. But the strange thing was that those evil trees were still running fast on the ground, not affected at all. Jean Poli didn't care about those evil trees. In the sky, his silhouette was gigantic. He looked like a god. His eyes had turned into a pair of godly eyes. He could see through the heaven and earth. He could see through everything and find any clues. Zhao Qianjuan's expression suddenly became serious. He looked up at the sky and said, Jean Poli finally found us. Junior brother, he came for the copper key in my hand. There seems to be a big opportunity hidden in it. I can't wait anymore. Take the copper key and leave quickly. By the way, take care of my daughter. It seemed that he was entrusting Yi Fei to Yi Fei. A strange copper key was also forced into Yi Fei's hand. Yi Fei was stunned for a moment, then scolded loudly, Senior brother, you're an evil spirit anyway. If you can't beat them, can't you run? You take care of your daughter yourself. I don't have time to worry about her. You go first, I'll cover you. No, you go, I'll cover you. Zhao Qianjun was very determined. Yi Fei was even more determined. He said angrily, Do you have a domain? If you don't, you can only be cannon fodder. Dragon Turtle, take my senior brother and run quickly. After saying that, Yi Fei took advantage of the fact that Zhao Qianjun's injuries had not healed. He suddenly restrained Zhao Qianjun and threw him to the Dragon Turtle. Junior brother, what are you doing? You said I'm stupid, but I think you're the stupid one. We've only known each other for a short time, and you're really going to risk your life for me. Let me go. Even if you don't want to live, Zhao Qianjun, don't mind dying. Zhao Qianjun struggled with all his might, but his whole body was restrained, and he was grabbed by the Dragon Turtle's claw. He turned around and ran. Before he left, he glanced at Yi Fei with his beady eyes. Yi Fei nodded slightly, his face full of confidence. Knowing Yi Fei's methods, the Dragon Turtle was relieved and quickly flew away with Zhao Qianjun. Seeing the Dragon Turtle leave, Yi Fei nodded. He chose to cover them because Zhao Qianjun's injuries had not healed, and he would only be a burden if he stayed. Secondly, he still had a trump card in his hands to deal with Jean Poli, and that was the Heavenly Tribulation. If Jean Poli lets me go obediently, we'll talk nicely. If he dares to force me, I'll release the Heavenly Tribulation. Let's see if you'll be afraid then. Of course, releasing the Heavenly Tribulation might cause Jean Poli to suffer, and he might even be struck to death by the Heavenly Tribulation. However, Yi Fei did not dare to use the Heavenly Tribulation unless he had no other choice. After all, this thing would hurt both others and himself. If he rashly provoked the Heavenly Tribulation without proper preparation, he would be tired of living. Therefore, Yi Fei resisted the risk of summoning the Heavenly Tribulation and tricking Jean Poli. Instead, he chose the safest way. He took out the spirit-devouring sword and released a torrential river of swords that was dozens of meters long, slashing towards the huge deity in the sky that was gradually approaching. However, before the river of swords approached, the deity in the sky suddenly shrunk and reformed into a supreme martial art of the Sacred Academy. Like a heavenly axe, it slashed apart the river of swords and slashed towards Yi Fei. Boom! The sharpness of the heavenly axe was too terrifying. Just the wind pressure alone was enough to break the bone hole behind Yi Fei and slash it in half. However, before the huge axe slashed down, Yi Fei turned into a purple golden sword light and rushed towards the sky, successfully dodging the sharp axe light. Jean Pabai was obviously a little surprised. 6th level of the Martial Saint realm. You're not even a half-step Martial Emperor, but you can still form a domain. You're not bad. If you're willing to hand over the copper key, I can consider giving you a quick death. Normally, I won't hand over the things that I've obtained. Yi Fei said proudly, and a strong fighting intent erupted from his body like a hurricane. Chapter 12:15. Domains collide. Jean Pabai didn't say anything else. When he sensed Yi Fei's fighting spirit, he knew that he wouldn't be able to force Yi Fei to submit, so he had to use his strength. Boom! The sky and the earth shook. The huge battle axe cut through the sky like a full moon. It was an uncanny work of art. No wonder it was called the Sacred Institute's secret technique. Yi Fei saw that Bai Chun could only barely form an axe shadow. However, Jean Pabai was able to form an axe shadow. His strength had increased by more than 10 times. Not to mention, Jean Pabai was a half-martial emperor. He was a genius who could fight against people who were 7 levels higher than him. It wasn't exaggeration to say that even a weak martial emperor would be killed on the spot. If I didn't have my domain, I wouldn't be a match for Jean Pabai. I have to use my domain to block his attack. Yi Fei was annoyed. The battle had just started and Jean Pabai had just warmed up. However, he had to use his domain already. That was the difference between them. However, even though he was depressed, he still released his Tai Chi domain as fast as he could. He slashed with his spirit-devouring sword, and the sword light that contained the domain had already formed a huge Tai Chi sword diagram that filled half the sky. It also blocked the uncanny workmanship that was slashing at him. Yi Fei didn't take the initiative to attack. Instead, he chose to protect himself. He had made the right choice. When his Tai Chi sword diagram blocked the axe shadow in the sky, Jean Pabai's eyes suddenly shone with 7 dazzling lights. So this is your domain. It's really unique. Unfortunately, you have met me, Jean Pabai. Let me destroy your domain. Descent of the Divine Martial. Boom! The huge axe shadow disappeared, and Jean Pabai turned into a golden man. His body was huge, and he looked like a mountain. His fist was like a millstone, and there were 7 layers of mysterious lights on it. Yi Fei had talked to Zhao Qianjun about Jean Pabai's injuries. He could tell that Jean Pabai was using another secret technique of the Divine Martial Sacred Institute, Descent of the Divine Martial. It was said that this technique could borrow the strength of the Divine Martial Sacred Institute and become as terrifying as the Divine Martial Sacred Institute. Purple gold taiji. Yi Fei roared. He understood how terrifying this attack was. He immediately gave up on attacking and went into full defense mode. Besides, Taiji's strongest point was not offense but defense. Absolute defense, perfect defense. Is defending useful? Divine Martial Domain, Fist of the Celestial Demons. Shouted Jean Pabai. On his fist, 7 layers of light overlapped with each other. In a flash, an even more terrifying chi was being emitted. That was the chi of a domain. With this imposing aura, Jean Pabai had completely transformed into a demonic god. When he threw a punch, the void where Yi Fei was instantly shattered. When the demonic fist-like punch landed on the purple gold Tai Chi, the purple gold Tai Chi, which had a radius of 20 meters, instantly shrank to a radius of 2 meters. Then, with a loud boom, it shattered into pieces. Puff! This was the first time Yi Fei had suffered such a miserable defeat. Not only was his domain shattered, but even the purple gold Tai Chi that he was so proud of was unable to withstand Jean Pabai's fists. However, he did not give up. His gaze was still determined. Although he was defeated, it was not because his martial arts were not good enough. It was because his cultivation and domain were still too low. After all, Jean Polai's domain had merged 7 types of profundities, while Yi Fei's Taiji domain had only merged 3 types of profundities. The difference in cultivation and domain is the reason why I lost. No, I did not lose. At least I can still fight. Boom. The raging battle intent turned into a blazing fire. Knowing that he was no match for Jean Polai, Yi Fei rushed forward again. The purple-gold sword light dyed the heavens and the earth with a layer of luxurious color. This was Yi Fei's strongest attack, and also his last attack. The majestic sword light moved Jean Polai a little. Then, he was filled with disdain. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. 3 types of profundities, 6th level of the martial saint realm. Even if you have a domain, you are still trash in front of me. My last punch will cut off your path forward. Jean Polai snorted coldly. The deity in the sky immediately became taller. His fist was no longer a millstone, but a terrifying fist mountain. It broke the sky and was going to kill Yi Fei mercilessly. Taiji birth, yin and yang appear. Positive and negative yin and yang sword. Yi Fei murmured in a low voice. His eyes were filled with ferocity like that of a wild beast. Even if I can't defeat you, I will bite off a piece of meat from you. Boom! The sword light suddenly split in the middle and swam in the sky like a flexible fish. It avoided Jean Polai's fist mountain and flashed past the 2 sides of Jean Polai's golden body. Its target was the disciples of the Divine Martial Saint Academy, who were standing behind Jean Polai to watch the show. This was especially so for the heavily injured Bai Chun, who was the main target of Yi Fei's attacks. Sensing that something was wrong, Bai Chun was so angry that he spat out blood 3 meters high. Yi Fei, I swear that I will never forgive you. Senior brother Jean, save me. Bai Chun asked Jean Polai for help in horror. However, Jean Polai didn't care about Bai Chun's life at all. Instead, he took advantage of Yi Fei's weakness when he was controlling the Taiji 2-form sword. The huge fist mountain smashed on Yi Fei's body fiercely. War devil golden body. Yi Fei roared. His eyes were red. Like a wild beast, he made his last struggle. However, Jean Polai's fist mountain was too terrifying. It was the ultimate attack of a half-step martial emperor and contained a powerful domain power. The dazzling golden body only blocked it for half a breath. The huge fist mountain had completely engulfed Yi Fei. One of his arms was smashed by the fist mountain on the spot. However, Yi Fei still won the bet. In half a breath, he activated the 100 miles instant and quickly moved out from the side, although he didn't succeed. However, killing a Heaven Stage disciple at the cost of an arm is still a good deal for me. Yi Fei wiped the blood from his mouth. Yi Fei retreated crazily while awakening the undying sword soul. The rolling, undying sword soul rushed into his limbs and bones like a tide. Yi Fei's serious injury instantly turned into a light injury. Even his shattered arm was quickly growing back. On the other hand, the Divine Martial Academy wasn't so optimistic. Jean Polai was also a ruthless person. He was very confident that he could retreat and block Yi Fei's Taiji 2-form sword when he killed Yi Fei. However, what Jean Polai didn't expect was that Yi Fei's Taiji 2-form sword could not only split the front and back, but also had the effect of depriving the opponent of defense. Therefore, facing Yi Fei's strange Taiji 2-form sword, Bai Chun didn't even have time to defend himself. He was instantly engulfed by the sword light. The dozen disciples standing beside him were also engulfed. Only Li Qingyi, who was chasing after the dragon turtle, survived. Of course, since the dragon turtle ran faster than a thief, Li Qingyi couldn't catch up with it. All of this happened in half a breath's time. Yi Fei swung the Taiji 2-form sword, released the War Devil Golden Body, and activated the 100 miles instant. In terms of realm and ultimacy, Yi Fei wasn't as good as Jean Polai. However, in terms of battle experience, Yi Fei, who had killed his way out of the northern region, was definitely more decisive than Jean Polai. Chapter 12:16. Strange changes above the blood sea. A god was roaring furiously. Jean Pabai was so angry that his hair stood on end. He spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the sky red. He was too angry. Jean Pabai had planned to kill Yi Fei first, then turned back to save Bai Chun and the others. But he hadn't expected Yi Fei's body to be so strong. He'd taken his fist mountain head-on and only lost an arm. Instead, Bai Chun and the others had been killed by Yi Fei right in front of him. If news of this got back to the Divine Martial Sacred Academy, he'd become the joke of the other emperors. I can't even kill a disciple of the declining True Martial Sacred Academy. How can I, Jean Pabai, return to the Sacred Academy? Yi Fei, no matter where you run to, I'll kill you. His roar was like thunder, exploding above the blood sea. Half-emperors were all very fast. Jean Pabai, who'd used all his strength, was as fast as a shooting star. He chased after Yi Fei, wanted to end Yi Fei's life while Yi Fei was seriously injured. Once again, a gigantic axe shadow appeared in the sky. It was as if it could split the heavens and the earth. It slashed forward, crossing a distance of nearly 1,000 miles as it slashed toward Yi Fei. You didn't have a chance to kill me just now. You won't have a chance now. Feeling the cold light behind him, Yi Fei grinned. Without even looking back, Xiao Chun activated his Taiji domain again. A huge Taiji yin-yang diagram moved from front to back, crashing into the uncanny workmanship chopping down at him. Shenwu Field. Jean Pabai's face darkened. He controlled the axe shadow, and the aura of a field quickly appeared. It was the unique Shenwu Field of the Divine Martial Sacred Academy. Under the effect of the field, the axe shadow in the sky turned solid. It formed an ancient and heavy battle axe. With a boom, it cut the Tai Chi field in front of him. After all, Yi Fei's Tai Chi field had only merged 3 ultimacies. It couldn't compare to Jean Pabai's 7 ultimacies. But Yi Fei's goal wasn't to fight Jean Pabai directly. When Xiao Chun used his Taiji domain to block Jean Pabai's furious axe strike, Xiao Chun's expression changed drastically. The 8 primordial divinities in Yi Fei's body exploded with power at the same time. During the brief collision between the 2 domains, he charged 500 kilometers away in one breath. After that, Yi Fei felt the true essence in his body dry up, and he felt weak. Fortunately, Xiao Chao was very considerate and threw out a large number of immortal crystals. After quickly refining these immortal crystals, Yi Fei suddenly felt that he had become lively again. The distance between him and Jean Pabai had increased by almost 2,000 miles. At such a distance, Jean Pabai probably can't do anything, Yi Fei thought to himself. He heaved a sigh of relief and planned to slow down to search for the dragon turtle. Yi Fei, where do you think you're going? If I, Jean Pabai, don't kill you, I swear I'm not human. The sea of blood churned as Jean Pabai raged. Even though they were more than 1,000 miles apart, Jean Pabai still chased after Yi Fei furiously. He opened his heavenly eyes and instantly saw through the layers of space, firmly locking onto Yi Fei's every move. Yi Fei instantly felt like vomiting blood. He couldn't help but turn around and curse. Jean Pabai, why are you acting like a mad dog? We don't seem to have such a deep grudge. He didn't even consider that he had killed Bai Chun and the others in front of Jean Pabai. He had already slapped Jean Pabai's face red and swollen. The fact that Jean Pabai hadn't gone crazy from anger was already a sign of his patience. No, I can't let Jean Pabai catch up. His cultivation level is higher than mine, and his battle power is stronger than mine. Most importantly, his domain is stronger than mine. If he catches up to me, I'll definitely be in trouble. Yi Fei's expression was extremely serious. Fortunately, he had an advantage that Jean Pabai didn't have. That was his primordial spirit. This advantage allowed Yi Fei to teleport close to 2,000 miles away without caring about the cost. However, it was impossible for Jean Pabai to do so. Hence, Yi Fei didn't have to worry about this strong opponent catching up to him for the time being. I must recover from my injuries before Jean Pabai catches up to me. Yi Fei's face was filled with determination. Then, He let the undying sword soul unleash its undying power. The blood in Yi Fei's body had already turned into a blood-red blood dragon. It roared towards the sky and burrowed into his wounds. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fei's injuries had completely healed. His shattered arm had also regenerated. This was the terrifying, undying power. A martial god could be regenerated from a drop of blood. Although Yi Fei hadn't reached such an exaggerated level, it was still very easy for him to regenerate a broken limb. How is this possible? What kind of cultivation technique does that brat cultivate? How can his broken arm heal so quickly and completely? Pooh! 1,000 miles away, Jin Pabai's nine heavens eyes saw the process of Yi Fei's broken limb regenerating with his own eyes. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Originally, his only consolation was that he had severely injured Yi Fei. Now, even his only consolation was gone. This meant that in the previous battle, Jin Pabai hadn't hurt Yi Fei at all. On the other hand, Yi Fei had taken the opportunity to kill Bai Chun and the others. He had also beaten Jin Pabai black and blue. How could Jin Pabai not be angry? Then, Jin Pabai's nine heavens eyes saw an even more infuriating scene. He saw the copper key that Yi Fei had hidden on his body. Perhaps it was because Yi Fei was covered in blood, but the copper key was actually absorbing Yi Fei's blood. Then, it emitted a faint red glow. At first, Yi Fei had been using all his strength to activate his undying power, so he hadn't noticed this abnormality. However, as he recovered from his injuries, he quickly realized that the copper key on his body was unusual. What exactly is this copper key? It's actually sucking my blood. With a ripping sound, Yi Fei tore open his tattered purple-gold-black robes. Then he saw that the copper key that had been hanging on his chest was now deeply embedded in his wound. It was swallowing his blood in large mouthfuls. Fortunately, Yi Fei had accumulated a large amount of undying power in his invincible sword soul, which made his blood extremely vigorous. Otherwise, just the speed at which the copper key was sucking his blood was enough to turn Yi Fei into a desiccated corpse. This senior brother, Zhao, can't be trying to trick me with some evil weapon, right? Yi Fei's hair stood on end as he hurriedly grabbed the copper key and pulled it off his body. At this moment, the copper key seemed to have sucked enough blood. It actually started to vibrate crazily in Yi Fei's hand. With a whoosh. In the end, the copper key completely melted into a ball of bloody light and flew towards a certain direction in the depths of the Blood Sea at an extremely fast speed. This sudden change caught Yi Fei completely off guard. He only reacted when he saw the red light of the copper key fly out of his sight. There's something strange about this copper key. First, it was Jin Polai who had been willing to kill to keep the copper key quiet. Then, after Zhao Qianjun had taken it away, the disciples of the Divine Martial Sacred Academy had made a big fuss and chased after Zhao Qianjun like a mad dog. Yi Fei didn't need to guess to know that this copper key was hiding a huge secret. Since I'm being chased by Jin Polai, I won't be able to get away for a while. Why don't I follow the copper key's red light and take a look? At most, I'll let Jin Polai have this fortuitous encounter. Who knows, I might be able to take the opportunity to escape. Chapter 12:17. Green Lantern Ancient Temple. With his nine heavens eyes, Jin Pabai saw everything clearly. His expression was one of joy and anger. I didn't think that the way to activate the bronze key was to let it absorb enough blood. I didn't think of that, and let this cripple get ahead of me. Then, Jin Pabai quickly took out a bronze key. It was exactly the same as the one Yi Fei had activated. It turned out that there were a total of 2 of these bronze keys. After Zhao Qianjun took them both, he was just like Yi Fei. He realized that he had kicked an iron plate. Zhao Qianjun was very cunning. He directly threw one of the bronze keys into the Blood Sea in front of Jin Pa. In any case, this thing was something he had snatched along the way. It was his ability to get it, but losing it had nothing to do with him. It was this move that made Jin Pa give up on chasing Zhao Qianjun. He rushed into the blood sea to salvage it, giving Zhao Qianjun time to catch his breath. Unfortunately, Zhao Qianjun left in a hurry and forgot to tell Yifei. Otherwise, he would have thrown the bronze key into the blood sea to get rid of Jinpa Bai. Yifei ate too much and let the bronze key suck his blood like a mosquito. Unfortunately, Yifei didn't know. He could only follow behind bitterly, thinking of a way to get rid of Jinpa Bai. At the same time, when Jinpa Bai saw that the bronze key could be activated by sucking blood, he didn't hesitate to cut his arm and let the bronze key suck his blood as much as it wanted. But after bleeding for a long time, he didn't see any reaction from the bronze key. Jinpa Bai couldn't help but feel strange. I clearly saw Yifei's bronze key being activated by sucking blood. Why can't mine be activated? Is there something wrong with this bronze key? In his confusion, Jinpa Bai remembered that he hadn't checked the bronze key carefully ever since he fished it up. At this time, he quickly opened his 9 heavens eyes to take a look. There was nothing wrong with the bronze key itself. The biggest problem was that there was a very small sword hole on the bronze key. Of course, this was also Zhao Qianjun's masterpiece. As an evil spirit, not only did he have to be ruthless, he also had to be black-hearted. Thus, when he realized that he had kicked an iron plate and couldn't escape from Jinpa Bai's pursuit, he had the black-bellied mentality that if he couldn't get it, no one else could either. When Zhao Qianjun threw out the key, he directly used the evil sword to drill a few holes in the key, completely destroying it. Now that he used the 9 heavens heavenly eye to check, Jinpa Bai was furious to find that he had been tricked by the evil demon. This was undoubtedly another resounding slap to the face. Jinpa Bai's face was instantly filled with incomparable rage. His voice turned into thunder and lightning, exploding in the sky. Yifei, Zhao Qianjun, you deserve to die. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I will kill you. Boom! Infuriated, Jinpa Bai's speed once again broke through the limit. He was like a terrifying beam of light that instantly traversed hundreds of miles and charged violently at Yifei. Has Jinpa Bai gone mad? Feeling the terrifying figure behind him that broke through the speed of sound, Yifei really wanted to cry, but had no tears. He was now focused on escaping and hadn't done anything to provoke Jinpa Bai. Why did Jinpa Bai suddenly go berserk? Helpless, he could only risk his life and increase his speed once again. The two of them chased and fled. Very soon, a day had passed. 2 days had also passed. On the 3rd day, Yifei was so tired that he was covered in sweat. Just as he was about to collapse, not far away, the bronze key turned into a red light and suddenly rushed into a mysterious island. The island appeared very suddenly. Yifei could swear that when he fled here, his divine consciousness didn't detect the existence of an island. Yet, this island just so happened to appear. The bronze key had also flown in. Suddenly, Yifei was in a dilemma. The sudden appearance of this island was triggered by the bronze key. It was very likely that this was some kind of ancient relic hidden in the Dragon Head realm. There would be great opportunities if he went in. It's a pity that Mad Dog Jinpa Bai is chasing me too anxiously. If I go in and he rushes in too, won't I be trapped inside? Yifei hesitated. However, before he could hesitate, Jinpa Bai's exasperated roar came from the distant sky. Yifei, if you dare to go in, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Get lost. I discovered this relic. I can go in if I want to. If you have the ability, come in and chase me. Yifei was furious. He was an invincible paragon who had defeated all 3 levels of heaven, earth, and mortal. In the true martial sacred academy, he had never been defeated. However, in the Dragon Head realm, he had been chased for 3 consecutive days. Yifei was completely enraged. He might as well go all out and rush into the island right in front of Jinpa Bai's eyes. Of course, this was also because Yifei really did not have the strength to run. He could only hide in the island, hoping to buy some time. He did not know that after chasing him for 3 consecutive days, Jinpa Bai, who was a demi-emperor, had chased him until his throat was dry. He had obviously reached his limit. However, when he saw that Yifei dared to ignore his threats and insisted on rushing into the mysterious island. Jinpa Bai's great anger made him break through his limit once again. Boom! Jinpa Bai directly activated the advent of Divine Martial. Behind him, a huge deity appeared. Its mountain-like fist smashed wildly at the mysterious island in front of him, trying to repel Yi Fei. However, when the deity's fist mountain approached the island, it encountered a great resistance. A layer of golden light enveloped the entire island and repelled the deity's fist. Damn it! This relic is actually protected by a powerful restriction. I can't accept this. This is clearly an opportunity that belongs to me. Jinpa Bai was very unwilling to accept this. He simply took out the copper key again. He hoped that a miracle would happen. However, the copper key had already been drilled and destroyed by Zhao Qinjun. Of course, a miracle would not happen. Jinpa Bai roared angrily. He crushed the copper key and pointed at the mysterious island, shouting, "Yi Fei, you are very good. Very good. If you have the guts, hide in there and don't come out. Otherwise, I will make you die miserably." After that, Jinpa Bai really sat cross-legged outside the island. He was recovering his genuine essence while gnashing his teeth, waiting for Yi Fei to come out. Yi Fei finally knew what it meant to be difficult to deal with this emperor of the Divine Martial Arts Sacred Academy. He could not defeat him in a fight, but he did not seem to have much confidence in escaping. Now I can only wait and see if there's a way out of this mysterious island that can help me avoid Jinpa Bai and sneak out. And no, Yi Fei remembered very clearly that he had landed on a mysterious island. However, when he landed on the ground, the island had turned into a temple. What appeared in front of him was an ancient temple. The bronze key that had led him here was now quietly placed on top of a bronze brazier. As the bronze key fell, a loud boom rang out, and the brazier, which was covered in ashes, started to burn with a green flame. And the copper key that had sucked a lot of his blood was used as the wick of the lamp. It turned out that it was not a copper key, but a wick of the bronze brazier. Yi Fei's expression became extremely strange. The ancient temple of the green lamp. Is there a golden Buddha in here? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.